Hopefully this will work. The main thing I'm worried about actually is the echo might be too bad. But I'm looking forward to this. So will the game capture work? Let's see. Oh, it works. Sick. Alright. Let's get a random map up just for now. Can display capture, we're gonna do this. This is the best of 3, create a new draft, and spectator. I'll send this. Actually, I'll do this and then have this ready. I'm gonna use this random person who hasn't logged on literally 6 months. It's Tails. It has. It's been a long way. I'm very excited for this. I like this game. I really like the game actually. Even if it's niche, you know, if there's not a lot of viewers and stuff. I like seeing really sweaty players who are very competitive. Just brings, you know, brings a tear to my eye. You have to do brackets S. Alright, these are the 2 first maps vetoed. It's interesting. Got Lakeland being vetoed too. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, they vetoed my favorite map. I love 12 Morvan. It's such a cool map. And that means we are playing on Isuhura, I think. I think that's the final mod? Let's see. So, Gors, Nadhalond, gone. So we're gonna stick this up. There we go. Now we get to the interesting part. So what we got? We got heads. Oh. Swiss tournament could work. Turin usually plays the Swiss style for his tournaments, which is kind of fun. So we're waiting on host captain, bruh. Alright, we got the draft going. Misty Mountains is the first ban. Very strong faction. That would be my go-to ban. I absolutely love facing Misty Mountains. So it makes sense. Mordor. That's an interesting ban. So 2 Horde factions getting banned out the gate. I just realized I sent them the wrong link, but it's okay. We'll just use the first 3. Just amateur moment for me. But that's okay. It's still gonna be the same thing. So Gondor, Isengard, Erebor, Hard Wave, very strong faction. Rivendell. Let's see. Okay, so we got Erebor, Hardware, Lothorian, my favorite faction. You can react this? That's hilarious. Okay. So, Rivendell, Isengard, Gondor. Erebor, Hardware, Lothorian. I'm gonna go to Absurd for now. We're gonna see what the faction choices are. That'll be interesting. Alright, we got our first choice. Okay, so we got, oh, this will be interesting matchups. Ooh. So you got Isengard versus Erebor. I'm looking forward to this. I quite like the drafting and how it's working actually. Alright, let's start it. Alright, we got Isengard up against Erebor. Erebor is kind of interesting to play against. We'll see what Rainy's gonna go with. Oakenshield, Ironfoot, no choice yet. I would say Isengard is slightly favored here, in my experience. Mainly because of the Wildman having the mobility advantage, but Erebor does have some tricks, which will be interesting to actually witness. I'll see if he's done any special planning. I've heard they're kind of on the weaker side of things, but with two of the stronger factions getting knocked out the game, Misty Mountain and Mordor, it does mean you have some more tools for your faction choices, you know. Some matchups are obviously brutal, of course, but with the ability to ban certain factions, you are given the ability to mitigate. Oh, we got a really early armory. That's interesting. Got Clansteading coming out, the standard Wildman. And we got the Hall of Warriors. Do we have any abilities choice? Do we have the Palantir's been used, spying on his enemy. We also got the Crows of, I think they're called, the Ravens of Erebor. Very strong ability, one of the best 5 CP ones I think, by far. It increases your production time, or decreases your production time, rather. And just makes it so you regenerate a little bit more resources. You can see 29. Plus, it gives you scouting. So he knows there's gonna be some Wildmen on the way, already most likely. And in fact, we're already seeing the Dwarven tricks come into play here. Throwing down the aggressive forward mine. It's going to be very nice. Also having his second builder just on the side here, preparing to maybe throw up a tunnel around here maybe. I could see it. Maybe here. And now we got the pressure coming. We got the mine collapse. The first unit of warriors are on the way. And the second Wildman is heading out to try and harass. Now, will this finish before the Wildmen get it? It looks like it will. It might be just on the eve. He's gonna have to be really on point with his explosion. Oh, doesn't even need it. That's not too bad then. Could have cancelled it maybe because the HP now means it won't be able to work for the next one, but it's still a very good pickup. And we got some creeping going on. Second mine on the way, you could actually place the Terraform to trees with block. It doesn't. Got more mines coming down. Popcat wise, dead even. Slight advantage for Erebor with this mine surviving and just having killed the unit. Also now counter creeping. So getting good, he's gonna get good sight here with the tower. He's also getting good pressure once he gets this with some extra gold. And he's preparing a very strong push here. So here comes the mines. He on point with the collapse is very nice. I mean, it does decent damage against the units here, but the mine probably won't live. That's to be very unlikely. But just getting the veteran C2 is nice. You get natural sprinters, which is an incredible ability. Basically turns your dwarves into a cavalry unit for like a second. We got the second tunnel collapse on the way, but that won't make it in time. These spearmen stacked up perfectly. We're gonna annihilate that mine. We're seeing another tunnel collapse. So a very big investment in the tunnels and the collapsing, which I'm not sure is gonna work out too well. 600 to 500, Isengard creeping ahead, and Isengard has a superior economy in the mid game once the abilities start kicking online. But Erebor is trying to pressure the map as much as possible. Being forced on the defense though is rough, but these dwarves, if anything, are very obnoxious to deal with. And there comes the dwarven sprinters. Doesn't catch anything though. It's gonna turn around and say if he can get anything. No, it doesn't. And the axemen will be just helping harass and kite. He's gonna see a farm coming up in front of him, and we're also seeing harass on the side again. But still defends his natural starting mines, which is very important. Just getting these mines leveled up. Level 2 is a massive creeping advantage. It's exponential. That's the main thing. It's so useful. And now we get some counter harass, finally. The attack here is being fended off very well by Bra, which I really like. Getting just more and more wildmen, constantly pouring out troops, never slipping on the macro. Although he does a little bit now, but he's building stuff. We're seeing a warg transition. I quite like that. And he gets the mine level 3 dwarves with, I think these are the spear units. Yeah, they also get natural sprinters. Makes them pretty versatile. And finally, the level 3 dwarves are cut down on the way back. The Wildmen, realizing they can't fight this, are just gonna retreat a little bit and just try and get some space and maybe catch the mine in exchange for this farm. Currently 700 to 600, so Isengard's still with the economical advantage. And just the Axemen just coming down with some damage. The splash is pretty nice here. I'm not sure if Axemen are considered strong against the dwarves. It's usually, I think, from what I was told, a chaff clear. But being able to do spread out damage against hardy units does seem at least to give you some sort of advantage. And I think the main thing is he's just investing more in Wildmen, and he wants to just get more out of it rather than going into orcish scouts. Nice trample there. Almost wipes out the unit, but doesn't quite get the catch there. In terms of creep camps, 2 have been claimed. No mercenary camp or tower claimed though. And now we see the dreaded chariot, and the chariot is a beast. I think at level 3 it starts regenerating its HP, so it's very micro heavy. You have to actually pull off getting the veterancy first. And we see another farm going down, so the natural farm just on the cusp of level 2. It's a big pickup. And I don't think he can save it. It gets another one. He's slowly just reclaiming the map right now. And we see the first hero, Hadhod. Hadhod is essentially an anti-structure specialist. Not amazing in combat, but you know, passable. But the fact that his ability to reduce armor, I think he has an explosive ability, yeah, just sabotage, very strong ability. And now we're seeing a massive counter push. The chariot is getting some value, but almost gets cut down by the spears there. We got the wargs harassing it, and the wargs seem to do pretty good against it overall. Trying to stack as many units on top here to slow down the chariot and not let them crush anymore, but he gets it. Overall, Wildman Arch, oof, miss micro there. Aggressive stance makes them immediately pivot towards the enemy. Rebuilding his natural farm, Lurtz is out. It's going to be able to save this farm, it looks like, which is very important. The Lurtz being out means we're probably going to see an Urukai transition shortly. This is Maku versus Bra. And he saves the farm. Excellent. This is going to be a big swing for him. Just keeping this alive means the economy advantage, which he had, is at least going to be salvageable. It's not retained, as he is falling behind, but these trades, they're slowly, you know, Wildmen are cheap and Dwarf Warriors aren't. And we see Dwarven skill also coming out and being used at some point. I missed that because I'm a newbie caster. And Fires of Industry being used on the level 1 farm. I quite like that, and the reason I like this is because it lets you power level your farm. Ooh, massive trample on the archers there. Gets another natural farm, so that's 2 of the natural farms down. That's rough. This one will eventually start self-repairing, but it's going to take a while. I'm also going to... An aggressive tunnel. I thought that was actually done from Bruh making his Urukai transition, but I misread the situation completely. But he's able to fend off the second wave, well, the first wave of orcs, but not orcs, dwarves. But ooh, nice defense of the chariot there with the spearman. But it's looking pretty bad for Isengard. We are trying to get some sort of counterattack, but it's rough. And we got the sabotage coming in from Hadhod there. Excellent ability, means no more units are going to be pouring out of this building. And just the sheer pressure here is brutal. We got the armory up to level 2, but kind of weirdly enough, I don't see where the armory here helps the Isengard player Bra really crawl back into the game, although it's looking pretty over. A pretty well executed game from both sides. Isengard was able to put on a lot of pressure early, but it seems that just the dwarvish resilience and the ability to creep on the map and just take extended engagements has been very favorable for him. Excellent defense in the north there in his base. Lurtz is putting the game on his back right now, but it's a lot of dwarves to chew through. He doesn't have the mass right now. Just the Wildman chaff works a lot if you're very fast, but it just, you have to be able to capitalize. And he was capitalizing early, but I think he's stuck in the Wildman transition too long. And it's those little things where you stick on a certain tech level for too long that you can get really punished. We got a rapid transition into Uruk Scouts now. If this building goes down though, he'll have no spears, which means this chariot's gonna do some cleaning up. And in just desperation, Lurtz is just forced to fight against the tunnel alone while the scouts try and hold the line. But with the chariot on the way, it's gonna get rough. And just more and more dwarves will be on the way. But he gets the farm, and that's going to be a level up for him, which is very nice to have. Oh, if he picks off Haddo, that would be big, but we got a massive block of just dwarves. All being buffed by something. I think there is... This is where my inexperience comes in, but I think this is Hadhod. He has some sort of passive, maybe? Or it's... So rusty. I think it's Hadhod that's buffing him. We got Lurtz on a rampage. This gives him splash damage. It's going to be very useful considering how blobbed up these dwarves are, but there is a lot of them. Even one-shots models. Yeah, it kills 3 per hit. But even with the rampage going, there's too many dwarves, and Lurtz is going to get cut down at level 4. It's going to be pretty expensive to rebuild, and Brooke calls the game. Well played to both players. Well executed. I like the overall, very locked in. I will save the replays just in case, and I will actually just quickly delete all of these. We can call this I will say airport actually, because dwarves is. Alright, I will get another host up and running. Nice entertaining first game actually, I did not mind it at all. Both players sharp. Also, sometimes you get nervous in the first game, you don't play as well as you should be. But it was a very well executed was. I've heard dwarves are very hard to play at the higher levels because you get overrun very quickly, but he was able to keep the pressure, keep good defense, and just maintain his map control very well. So next up, it's gonna be, let's see, it's gonna be Harad versus Rivendell. Both very sweaty factions. Very, very sweaty factions. Harad is considered, I think, amongst the evil factions, the best. And Rivendell is considered also one of the better factions for the good guys. Hey Ragnarok. Well, very strong factions. I think Harad is complicated to pilot. And he missed the check-in time. Unfortunately. But I will, for the next tournament, I will probably have a longer check-in period. I'm gonna grab some water real quick while we wait. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Next time, perhaps, you know, they'll... I mean, I gave them ample time, and, you know, people voted for it. But, you know, it's unfortunate. But the brackets were already made. One thing I was in the middle of making the brackets, then I probably would have allowed it, but the brackets were already done. And I was already in the middle of, like, vetoing, and that means I would have to redo the entire bracket. Also have to explain the veto system and everything to the two players, so I missed it. Because it's not complicated, but it is, you know, it's a lot of stuff I have to inform them of. I don't know, we'll find out who wins. It'll be interesting. Pool, Conquest, Player are all very strong players. I'm happy we at least got 3 of the top players. He missed the check-in. A big thing is also, if he doesn't inform me that he might have issues with things and VPNs and whatnot, that also kind of becomes a problem. Like, I'm willing to make exceptions and stuff if people are willing to, you know, keep a dialogue open and inform me of the ongoings. But it's just too late. But I'm probably, because I like watching the game, I'll probably host another tournament in the future, so not all hope is lost. So now we're just gonna wait for these guys to see how it's gonna play out. It'll be fun. It'll be interesting next week though, because that's when it's going to be a best of 5 into a best of 7, and that's a lot of matches in a row. Even with 15-minute breaks, that's still a pretty marathon-esque run. And Turin said he will show up for that one 100%. He promised me. So he'll be on the big stage still. Originally he wanted to show up for this, but he had some stuff planned for next weekend that he said he'll do today. So he'll do the other stuff today and then help me cast the finals next weekend. It could be. I mean, these guys are playing pretty sharp. Also miss macro on the cavalry, but that's like the hardest part of the game. It's just maintaining your cavalry macro. Because you make one error and that's a dead unit, right? And go for a smaller game too. Because I was playing some Iron Harvest. I was playing some Iron Harvest the other day, right? Against some veteran player, and I like squashed him. But in this game, if I go up against the veterans, I still lose. And I like to think I invested a decent amount of time in this game. I'm nothing exceptional or anything, but I think I got top 30 maybe, top 20. Alright, so we got Harad rolling out. And we got Rivendell, the filthy elves. Always obnoxiously OP. Just gonna adjust my desktop a little bit. So, 2 bazaars incoming and 2 farms. So pretty standard so far. Bra is going for I think this is Bra, right? Yeah. Bra is going for a square formation on his farms, and it looks like Maku is going for the triangle. So more economy for Rivendell at the start. But there's a drawback to this. This is substantially harder to defend compared to this formation. As you can see, he's deploying his buildings as a sort of wall. It's gonna maybe throw down the next one there. And it's gonna make this very difficult to protect. Or to attack rather. With the fort holding this angle probably here, and another building here, it's gonna be super difficult. I'm gonna early armory again, so Bro seeming to like his early armory, very rare. I'm sure there's a reason for this. I mean, Rivendell is one of the factions that definitely needs it. It's how they scale their mainline elf units in the mid to late game, for sure. And now we got the Hobbit tent rolling out. It's gonna be a little bit later than the Warlord, and that's because he went for a triangle formation, which means there's less stuff to build. And now we got the 4th farm. So it's going to be 1 production versus 1 production. We got the second one coming. It's going to be the Dunedain. Ruthless cavalry units. And Rangers are very good. We got the Harandor Tribal Spearman. I'm going to clean up this camp immediately. Takes a bit of damage, but nothing too horrific. And that's because of their aggressive stance, which makes them take a little bit more damage because they lose armor. Hey, Ballin. Second Harandor Warlord now out. Second production building, opting to defend 2 points at once instead of honing down on 1. This is also a late game thing you can do. Because in the late game, a lot of nuke abilities start coming out, and those will kind of just annihilate a lot of buildings in the area. So if you split them up, it's just a lot more easier to mitigate the damage you take. So playing for the long game a little bit, it looks like. Got the first Dunedain rolling out. We can already see Harad is terrified, because he should be. The Dunedain are the best starting cavalry in the game, and for good reason. They obliterate everything. We got the Hobbits coming in. A little bit of a misplay here. You want to be attacking from this side in case of archers, but He still gets a lot of it, and I think he's still going to get the building with this reposition. So maybe you just prioritize the speed. The archers don't have to get close, and it's just awkward. And he deletes it, gets 1 resource back, and it's better than nothing. Second Harandor, creating a spear unit to defend in case of Dunedain rolling. And this is kind of how you like deal with the early game cav. Yeah, I'll do that next game. This is game 2. Brought is down 1 game. But this is how you deal with the starting cav. You kind of just put your spear's information and you just force him to maneuver. And just, if he makes 1 mistake here, his very expensive 500 gold cav will die. But he's teasing the edge a little bit there, just on the edge, just trying to pick off the edges of the formation, get where he can. More hobbits are cut down, and you see more Harandor raiders just constantly churning out, very cheap to make, but also very micro intensive. We got some archers stabbed, and it seems they picked off the spear units, which means the Dunedain cavalry now are just going to start countering and just annihilating this entire unit. This is why they're so terrifying. So now we're seeing the counterplay to the counterplay. So you get archers to counter the spears to weaken the formation, and once you get rid of the spears, it means the Dunedain are now more free to start picking off the formation. And now we got the Harandor Horn. Crazy good ability. It's 25 damage increase and more armor. It means you do a lot of damage to buildings, and it lets you smash them up pretty good. Actually, picking off a worker there too is insanely good value. That's 500 gold. That's essentially a Dunedain cavalry piece being removed if he rebuilds. And he's gonna lose the other one. Very good pickouts from Mako. Good instincts, but also good play from Bra here. Just pick off the spears against his Dunedain cav can get to work. Overall, I would say right now the game is favoring Harad, but it's still fairly up in the air. And once these Dunedain hit level 2, they'll start healing themselves, I think. Oh wait, no, this is the elves. So these guys won't heal, but they'll replenish. More harassment coming in. Some archers is just going to start picking off the spears. There's a little bit of opportunity of a flank here, but repositioning his spears preemptively is a very good play. Maku's shown his strengths in general. He's macroing very efficiently. This is actually like legitimately difficult to do. Like producing the unit and then converting them. Like on paper it looks easy to do, but it's actually kind of difficult. Worker just pushing out here. The Dunedain are harassing, but they're just going to get warded off by spears. And this building has not seen the value I think Bra really wanted it to. Now we see the snowballing start. Just 400 to 700. CP advantage in Harandor. 2 CPs that are going to start bringing out some real strong power spikes. Almost losing the cav there, but just gets away. That's very crucial. We got Halbarad coming out too. Halbarad, a very strong hero. Buffs the Rangers, I think. And the Dunedain. Actually, no, just the Dunedain. Okay. Although, wait, do these guys count as... No, they count as... I don't know if they count as Dunedain. I don't think so. But the main thing is you get the production... Ooh, nice trample. You get the production at level 3. Just makes it so you can keep churning out units in the mid-game. Another farm coming down. These Dunedain cav have been putting in work. And now we got the mid-game transition, but he is on the back foot. And we're just seeing the swarms of evil just encroaching on the map. And we got the first hero for Harad out, and it's Sirad. Siraru? Yeah. Just excellent unit. Buffs everything, scales well. Just all around powerhouse. Force multiplying character. And we're seeing some creeping going on. There's going to be a final stand here by Rivendell, but their armies are strong. They got a very strong powerhouse of a hero. although the range is just getting picked off there is really rough. Horn coming down. And now we got the Curse of the Demon, Wind Demon, which is pretty strong disruption ability. I think he one-shots hobbits, but not rangers. But he's trying to hold out against the hordes with the archers, and they're picking off quite a few models. This one ranger's just fleeing for the hills. Halbarad is trying his best, but one bowman against a lot of chaff, even if you're one-shotting. Although we do have the cavalry sweeping in here. He has targeted off the spear units, it looks like, and ooh, the Curse of the Demon there is just gonna annihilate the entire unit. Would have been an excellent trample, but the counterplay there is really good. Does force out his 10-point ability though, and I mean, Rivendell is holding out. They are a mid to late game faction, I would say, even if they are very strong early. So there is a potential for them to crawl back in, but it's going to be a very difficult run. And now we've got the Harandor Raiders. These are the cavalry units. They are very good. Their formation is one of the best in the game. But we also got the level 10 ability from Rivendell, which is the mini meetings. You get a bunch of tier 2 units for free, or this is a tier 3 unit. So you get just a lot of units. They're very good. These are splash damage units. This is a very stalwart pike unit, and Ithilien Rangers are just good in general. And obviously they're free, they don't give any experience, so even if they die, it's not too bad. And they're actually able to hold off, and I mean, Halbarad is picking off the cavalry models. We got another hero coming out, Gildor. He makes hobbits and Greenlanders stronger, and with how he's being forced into this position, he is kind of just made to churn out as many hobbits as possible just to keep the cost effectiveness on par with the Harad hordes. But again, 500 to 900, it's a lot of eco. It's very difficult to deal with, and the mini meetings have just run out. And Halbarad can't snipe off the warlord models, these guys, the blue hats. You kill one of the blue hats, you just wipe the entire unit, which is crazy good value. And then we've got March to War, which is a global. So every unit on the map right now is just stronger. And then we see the warlord model getting picked up by Halbarad. Good game knowledge. Also got Suladan out. Suladan's a beast. All the Harad characters are just very good. But this is a very desperate final stand. We got the singular warlord just cutting on the tree, doing his best. But the Rangers are trying to hold up, but I think the forces of evil here are just too much. Honestly, I wonder if the Dunedain sentries will work. Probably not, but maybe there's a reality where it's kind of useful. And once this building goes down, it's going to be really brutal. Got the level 5 ability, Perseverance. You get resistance to knockback, which doesn't really do anything in this case. And the horn coming down, this is going to be the end for Brass Rain, I think. Yeah, it's looking, well, I mean, he's holding out, but eco disparity now, I mean, we must be seeing a float. Economy, like, in terms of saved up money, they're on par, but I think that's because Rivendell literally can't produce anything. But maybe the hero squad is gonna try and put in work. I mean, he does have Wandering Companions at level 3, which is a very strong ability, and one of the things that's kind of like a good comeback mechanic in this game is the less farms you have, the more money you generate. There's an inflation mechanic, so these ones individually will produce way less. So that does give him some ability to crawl back into the game, but I think at the moment it's too much. There's one ranger just 2v1ing 2 warlords, but he's gonna call it. Mako clears the series with 2-0. Well played from Harad. It's a good question, Alba. I wish I could tell you. But it's an old game, right? Oh wait, I should. Well played to both players. I'll see if I can set up like some basic UI. I'll do it like this. Maybe I can do. Let's see, text. It'll have to be basic because I don't run tournaments often at all. So. Can I rename this? Player 1, player 2. So if I do it like this. Oh my god. Okay, it's reversed for some reason. That's awesome. Can I fix that? Sick. Okay. That's epic. Transform. Reset. There we go. Okay. What I'll do is per game, I'll add faction name as well. Score can be. Let's see. Once it starts, I won't need to cooperate. Can I do order transform? Like that. There we go. Okay, for some reason it's wanting to be bigger than the other one. Maybe if you stretch it out a little bit. There we go. Looks better. Hey PBR. I'm just setting up the goofy ass score. Yeah, I had it on mute. It's fine. I was just setting stuff up. I'm gonna see if there's another series open. So if anyone wants to see the brackets currently, you can take a look there. I'm just updating it right now. We might just hop in and do map versus pool. Alright, we're gonna do pool versus Mako, which is quarters, which is a best of 5. This will be a good series. Pool, a veteran player, for sure. America showed some pretty good chops, actually. I'm impressed. Why is the text being so weird? There we go. All right. Center a little bit better. So we're just getting lobby. Yeah, I am. Well, now I am. Well, it's just being weird, but I fixed it. It's all good. Alright, we got the lobby up. Gonna get things rolling. Alright. Starting. We're gonna do map vetoes first. Once we get the lobby up. And we're gonna see what they're vetoing. I'm excited for this. This will be a sweaty series, I think. So they're both in America, I think. Which means, I mean, our hosting should be neutral, but I suppose I should ask him. Oh, he's Italian? Maybe we should get another host on. Because I wouldn't be in the middle. I got the impression he's American for some reason. Free 0 pool, no questions asked? I don't know. Maybe Mako has some hidden tricks. You never know. Heads. Alright. Let's see. Third time the charm for old Mako. What tails? Just bad luck all around. The Airborne Highlands was the first veto. Because this is a best of 5, it'll be a very extended series. Which means we're gonna see the maps metered in the middle, most likely. Because it's, let's see, 1, 2. I mean, it's 3 maps, it's all a decent chunk of the pool gone. It's sort of a best of 7, so we get 4 or 5 maps. I have to remember pressing fucking dash. Mute me. I don't think that's all of them. There's 1 map left, right? Let's see. I'll just paste the maps over. Yeah, I mean, losing every coin flip is brutal. So we're gonna see what. So he picked north side. It's interesting. I should wonder how much it actually influences things. Okay, tails. Let's see, flip. What do we got? We got tails. Bottom always goes natural? Yeah, that's true. There is, the way I kind of look at it is, if you're viewing towards the enemy, you are at an advantage. Because you're not, like, it's kind of weird. It's, let me just set this up real quick too. So this is the best of 5-1. Yep. I'll send this to pool and market. But a big thing is, it's, if you're looking towards the enemy, you are actually like you get more screen space on your side, like towards the enemies. You get to see more of the enemy stuff. Whereas if it's the other way around, you are seeing like more of your stuff. Because when you look northwards and when you go up, it's more of your stuff. It's weird. There was a whole thing in Co about it. So we're seeing the first vetoes now. So Pool vetoes Rivendell first, and Mako goes for Misty. So we're seeing a trend here already. Misty getting vetoed twice in a row. Rivendell also getting vetoed. Maybe he knows Mako is one of the good Rivendell players. Mordor is the first pick. Erebor, okay. I kind of like the Mordor first pick. Mordor feels like a safe bet. It has a lot of non-bad matchups, I think. Yeah, you could always rotate it, right? In Code 2, it was a very big thing. People rotated camera all the time. I didn't. I fucking hated it, but that's a lot of people that do. Lothorian being picked. Strong choice. Gondor. Gondor has a bad matchup into Lothorian, from what I understand, so that might be rough. Isengard, consistently strong faction, very simple. I think simpler factions also give you a bit of an advantage in tournaments. When the pressure is on and you need to perform, having to do less computation on strategy is always nice. Rohan, okay. Harad, Woodland Realms, okay. We got Dol Guldur and finished. So I guess he gets to play Erebor twice. I'm sure I did the math. Did I forget a faction? I'm sure there's... maybe I should just one ban. Random one. We'll see. I'll adjust it for next time. I'm sure I want to do it over the series and it worked. Oh well. Ugh. Being sloppy and improvised is how everything I do rolls. So this works. Thanks, Rip Walker. That does mean picking second, that does give you an advantage, it's kind of funny. You lose initiative, you get to pick one faction twice. Of course Misty is bad. People hate Misty. Damn, if this game had one more faction, that would have been aces. Maybe next time I do a small... I'll have to think about it. Everything has counters when I have that many factions, right? But Misty has a lot of power and a lot of versatility. Maybe next time. I'll have to think on it. At least it works with best of threes. This is fun though. I'm actually enjoying this. Next week will be crazy with the finals. I'll see what I can do to adjust the vetoes a little bit and improve it. It is my first time organizing anything like this, so. Just no way. I probably will run like one more tournament that's like big for this game because I actually really enjoy watching it. It's a game I don't like playing, but I enjoy watching quite a bit. Like once you get good enough at this game, watching it is misery. but or playing it is a misery. But watching it is really enjoyable to me because I feel like there's a lot of interplay and a lot of nuance to things. Maybe for Ace game you just reset and you can pick any faction. Actually, oh, that's what I forgot to mention that to people. Oh man. It's meant to be for Ace game you can play any faction. Okay. So we're gonna quickly adjust the text. Pool is on Lothorian. And we got Erebor on Mako. Alright. We're on 0-0, just starting. Lothorian, my personal favorite faction. I love these little goobers. It's very elite, very straightforward, very Code 2-esque. Dawn of War 1 tournament? No way. I like that game, but that shit's too unbalanced. This game has like a good, like, I don't know how to explain. It's like a good variety of factions and balance, which makes it good. Whereas Dawn of War 1, it's like, if you had a tournament and no bans, everyone would just play Eldar every single game. With orcs. Which is just silly. Okay, ooh, pool opening with cavalry. Brave and risky. What is Maku's game plan here? He is going to aggressively tunnel. For Ace game, it's any faction goes. It completely slipped my mind, and that's my bad. In best of 5, it's just Ace game, all factions go. So you're essentially just picking the first 4 factions. Totally my fault though. I definitely should have remembered that. It's just it was a while since I made those rules and it just slipped my mind. I don't know if I wrote it in the document. I definitely talked with Syrian about it. But I will inform Mako and Paul after the game. Okay, so we got the aggressive cavalry opener. Yeah, Pool definitely enjoys the cavalry opener. So do I. I'm very predictable like that. I always do the cavalry opening. But it's just good. I find that it's supremely useful. But Mako is showing some chops and studying. Because he is opening pikes and he has seen the cavalry now. Just got the... Did he miss the... I think he saw the tunnel but missed it maybe? Or is assuming he can't harm it. Alright, we got the Tana Rife coming out. So the Sword Ball Axeman I suppose. But your Swordman equivalent into a spear unit. Oh, archer unit. That's the archers. What are the first picks? We got the crows, and you can go no further. You can go no further is an excellent ability, and so is the crows. Or the ravens, same thing. It's movement speed, attack, it's just across the board one of the best abilities in the game. Can be countered by shooting it down. Got the first harassment incoming. Will he rotate his pikes? Some miss micro. Oh, this could be bad. Ooh. He's moving back his pikes. Trying to save the tunnel, but fails. And he's actually gonna lose a warrior here. Oof. So I think what he was doing there is he cleared out the wargs with pikes, and then he was gonna use the swords to clear out the rest, but unfortunately made the micro mistake there of, or not even a micro, it's more like a macro mistake. He just misjudged the timings of the wargs, which is rough. And now the swordsmen are coming in and they're being very brutal. I think these guys got in the... Oh. Do we have a disconnect? Is my stream still going on, or is it just on this side? I guess that's the problem of peer-to-peer. Oh. Okay. I just got booted. That's fun. I don't know if they got kicked. Is my connection wait, is my connection down? No. Okay, so it's just for some reason it kicked me. Okay, that's rough. I will ask them to send me the replays. And I've also actually I will put out the announcement actually. Oh, they crashed back to Regain Ranger. Okay. So we're just doing a replay since they both crashed. It happens. So why is it on this thing, it's, there we go. Okay, now it's looking better. There we go. We'll wait for the lobby to get remade. That looked like a pretty bad start for Puero though, but he can bring it back, you know? Now he gets a fresh start, there is that advantage. I'm hoping to see, actually, I'm hoping to see some of the late game units in Lothorian. Like I want to see how late game. Yeah, pool. Sorry, I'm all over the place, multitasking. But I'm hoping to see some late game. Some late game Lothorian. I want to see what they do in the mid to late game. I quite like getting the expensive cav, but I've noticed that they're a bit cost inefficient. But getting 1 or 2 is always nice. Their crush is good, they hit hard, they're very durable. They have magic damage, I think. Alright, so what are we doing differently? So far, same sort of openers. One thing to note with Lothorian, which is kind of interesting, is how they build their structures. They kind of build like a tree a little bit with roots. So they tend to build outwards instead of inwards, which is what a lot of other factions tend to do. So we got the same build here, yeah. Different mine positions, I think. Mako having his last mine around here. Subtle, but stark difference. If the results will be, yeah, this will be significantly easier for him to defend. So that's kind of interesting, I quite like that. Mako doing the same build order. And we're seeing, okay, we're getting a difference. Instead of the southern cavalry structure, we get it in the north. And while it seems tiny, it does mean Pool is most likely expecting his opponent to go north side rather than south side, I would assume. And we're getting a really good timed 5 CP now. Immediately scouting, okay, no cavalry here. So now he knows it's over here. Quite his line of sight, I think. Yeah, he's seen it looks like. He's gonna see the second structure. Yeah, he's seen everything he needs. Now he's gonna go back to base. So he knows it's a cavalry opening again. And he's responded with pikes again. And then into swords. It's kind of interesting to me that he insists on the sword when he sees the cavalry opening. Maybe he's expecting very high aggression early and wants just the swords just for that anyway. Gets the war camp again. Now, what will these warriors be doing? Oh, does Pool notice? Mako has noticed, and Pool now spots the worker. This is big. Can we get a big save? Oh, you can go no further. Excellent 5 CP. That's 500 gold down immediately. Yeah, down it goes. With the Mako trying to save the worker there, it's gonna end up biting Mako in the rear. He's doing the same thing again, but this time I think he's destroyed it so they can't respawn. So he's gonna get a little bit of a better opening this time. Still rough, but this time around he can defend himself. Immediately Pool, excellent micro and reaction speed, dodges out of there, and Mako is forced to go into defense again. Waiting for the tunnel collapse. Pool trying to bait it out, looks like. Ooh, good bait. And the cavalry gets away. This mine is now pretty useless for 30 seconds, which is rough. But he can keep this. This is like peak like tryhard. Oh, is there no in-game sounds? Wait, hold on. We can do it like this. Totally. I didn't realize. It should work now. Hopefully. Just let me know if there's no sound. No sound still? That's weird. There should be sound now. We'll look at it after the game, but it should work. Gets the demolish there. Oh, I don't have music in the game because I will upload this to YouTube later. At least I want to. Well, this is a test. Well, I can bring up the audio. Hold on. Alright, this would be higher. At least for the quarters and stuff. I mean, Turing will probably do all that stuff anyway, but this is a test run in case he doesn't make it on Saturday. But we're seeing good defense coming up from the Thorian. Double archers, the classical opening I was told with Starlit Lanterns. I mean, he gets one farm. It's not end of the world, and he's kept the defense going here pretty excellently. Although he's lost the farm down here to a single spear unit while I was busy fiddling with audio. In terms of income, 500 to 500 even. Good stuff all around. More creeping. One thing that's going to be subtle and hard to notice is how much of the creeping money is actually going to affect the result of the eco. And I think it's going to be pretty substantial. I mean, it's a 300, 400 gold per camp, so that's about 800, 600 gold, give or take. And we're seeing a lot of good stacking, and oh, good defense with the worker there, but I think his worker is doomed. And the archer horde, and the splitting there, the tunnel. That's gonna be rough, that's 2 dead units, and more pressure, just constant. Just very good pressure ongoing 24/7, but we got the chariots out, which is why Pool is harassing with the spear units, because the chariot won't be able to punish those as well. But it does mean this entire front line right now, no protection. One chariot there is going to be a lot of damage. Still 500 to 450. Archers just harrying the spears there, not too bad. And here comes the Dread Chariot. This is just a nightmare for the elves. Because this is just gonna vaporize the entire front line and the entire army, hitting Veteran C2 immediately, which gives him the banners, which is an excellent boost to any nearby infantry, and still no defense here, so he can just keep cutting them down and leveling up. But while this is on, Poole has given up on this effectively, and while this is happening, he's just sending in micro here, trying to defend, but I think the dwarves are actually pulling ahead pretty well. Even if they tried retreating, I think they were doomed, but the Chariot has put in, that's value city. That was 4 units for a price of 1. And he's not even dead. Well, he might be now. Lapsing in micro a little bit. Actually, no, you can go further used. But he's gonna try. He has a speedy little get. And it goes down. That's a pretty still good value, I would say, for Mako. That's the stuff he needed to get back into the game. He really put a halt to the advance there. But now Poole rotating his compositions, more spear heavy with no archers. And while this is happening, Mako is finding the space to counterattack, which is very important. It's how you know if he's an actual good player. If you're always on the defense, you will die. Like I do. I get eaten alive because I get stuck on the defense. Even if I'm trading well, then my opponent just gets the map and it's just rough. I like this from Poole, just focus firing the spears there and just trying to catch out the swordsman. And just bypassing and going for the isolated pocket. This is excellent play. But Mako is making progress in the north, and he's got Warden repairs, he's got other abilities, and he's got more spears on the way. He's just holding out. And in terms of spear-to-spear combat, which is very rare to see actually, dwarves are just better. Dwarvish infantry is some of the best in the game, if not the best, in terms of just sheer durability and attack power. And we're going to see an actual storehouse going down, which is also a fairly massive pickup. And he holds. Excellent play all around. Losing a bit on the map, but getting his counterattacks is very important. I think in the late game, dwarves scale better than the elves do, which is why we had Poole going into storehouse, because the storehouse gives you some upgrades and gives you some better scaling. Now, can you find the opportunity here with the cat? A nice stop, just going into melee with the lanterns, which you might use to scale if you can go no further. We see the first 10-point pick. What is a Nimrod out? And we got Haldir. Haldir is an S tier hero full of Thurian. I think it's always an auto pick. This is repair and production, so it's not as amazing as some of the other abilities in the game, but it's still pretty good. As for Mako, we don't have any picks yet, but he is getting closer to his level 2 abilities. And Haldir is forced away by the dwarves. Again, we got a big counterattack incoming. Spears and axe defending and holding out here too. I gotta say I'm pretty impressed with Mako, how he's holding out against a player of Poole's caliber. It's gonna be a question though if he can maintain this sort of play throughout the game and in the following series, because a big part of RTS games is not just how good you are in a single match, it's how good you are in a series. And sometimes, you know, you can drag players down by just attritioning them in endurance. It is a legitimate skill to have. We're seeing more tunnels coming out just everywhere, trying to make more aggression places, and he just keeps up the aggression. I'm actually really impressed. He looked like he was doomed, but he's crawling himself back into the game pretty well. And there's engagements basically everywhere. I mean, you got these two bozos that survive, they're going to regenerate their units and, you know, come back and help with the fight. So today it's just quarters, and the games before that. So 2 rounds effectively. The semis and the finals will be done next Saturday, the 27th. I will be asking all the players that make it what time they're most comfortable with, and we might stagger it or do something like that otherwise. Just to make it a little bit nicer for, you know, the remaining players and more comfortable for everyone. In turn, we'll be casting it, which will be fun. I think I'll be I don't know if I'll co-cast with turn, we'll see. I probably will, maybe. I like this chase here. This chariot is probably screwed unless there is some spears. He does have some spears. The remaining 2 spear units that survived earlier might come in crucial here. No, just not quick enough, but there's the value of just having units surviving. Hitting level 3 on this farm is insanely good. Level 2 on just this one, as it got killed earlier, I think. And these survivors, I mean, they're putting in work. And again, the spear is just always there whenever he can to just pivot, defend, and endure. We hit level 10, 12 even, and we got Deep Dwelling, so this is effectively a better version of Nimrodel. So now they're gonna be... Ooh, that's a big Elven blob though. Oh god. In terms of resources though, Elves ahead, and they've used that to macro up a big horde, and behind this is Haldir in here somewhere. There he is. Haldir with his passives, which gives 25% damage and 25% armor at level 4, which he is. And then other heroes get buffed. And this is the big power play. Having gone for the eco ability, this is going to be a question of can the dwarves endure? And I'm not sure they can. This is a pretty substantial push. He might lose his structure. Doesn't have any other reinforcements to send, and he's getting cut apart on the map. But he's holding out for now. These cavalry units that just stayed alive all gave him such a menace too. Okay, we got the chariot coming in. Can the chariot pull out some miracle? It's a lot of spears. Oh, drops the oil, but that's the killing blow. Game 1 goes to pool. Very well played overall. Just checking if there's any things I have to referee. Doesn't look like it. The nice thing about smaller communities like this, actually, is they're kind of self-managing for the most part, which makes it a lot easier for me, who's a newbie, to actually focus on casting, which is neat. Okay, so that's game 1. Now Mako will be the host. So let's see, what factions is it now? Yeah, I will update the scoreboard as well, my bad. So it's 1-0 to pool. Yeah, maybe for next week. I'll talk with Kern about it a little bit. Alright, so we got Rohan versus Harad. Alright, forgot to hurry up because I'm a noob. Let's see this. Rohan, we got inverse positions now. So pool will be in the north. I actually do think it matters for some of these matchups, faction position. The more I watch the reverse. Because the way you can tunnel and places you can tunnel end up being slightly but not majorly always different. But different enough to me where I'm like, okay, this can matter pretty substantially. Rohan versus Harad. I think this is a Harad favored matchup. You will rotate positions. It's a code thing. I'm like a lot of the rules are imported from the Master League and Company of Heroes too, and the way we do it in that game is you swap positions after every round. Because I like, for example, if one matchup is bad on a specific map, one guy getting swept is pretty rough and pretty demoralizing. And so the fact that you inverse the positions does mean you can mitigate map imbalances, because now one guy, if one side is better, can play the other side. Ah, I forgot factions, yeah. Of course I did. Got Rohan and Harad. There we go. It's okay, we're in the early game. Nothing important has happened yet, I hope. We have draft being picked, so we're gonna see peasant swarms. Well, the fact that they are like if they're not symmetrical, if they're asymmetrical, that matters. Because if it's asymmetrical, that means one side does get an advantage. I mean, this side compared to this side are fairly different to me. Like if you do it like this, with this creep cap should be here. So it does matter. Where you can place your tunnels here, for example, are very different. These are like all hubs that are controlled by neutrals. That's funny. You got some dwarves hanging out up here. Pretty cool stuff. Also for me, it's just I like that aspect. Okay, Pool classic. He loves his cavalry opener. He is this type of guy who likes doing the same thing over and over and working with that. And we also have Umbars. So we got the Molotov men, which is always fun. First Harandor guy running out. That's pretty cool. We got double peasant openings. That's a lot of manpower on the field. Not a lot of income. Now this is a lot of resources getting invested right now, I would say. We're talking, let's see, they're still producing? Yeah. So we're talking essentially 400 versus 200 at the moment. Because there's only 2 farms generating resources. But he will pivot back eventually. But for the initial push, he gets a lot of field advantage, a lot of field presence, and while the Harander player is pushing up to harass, he will go hunting. And let's see, is it spears? Yep. So now this running back here will end up being a waste. Excellent play, actually delaying his choice of warrior character that the warlord is leading. It actually made Pool pivot back, and actually buys vital time for the Harad Raiders to do some work. Does end up saving the farm though, but might get the creep camp here uncontested. Yep, that's big. And these guys are pretty strong. Oh, the little micro, I love that. That was sick. Just the little things there that matter. We've got some harassment in the north. The peasant swarm is out and about, but they're getting cut down by the Molotovs. We get a sword unit coming out to support now next. And now the spears have been cut down, which means the cab is on the way back to push. And not retreating is going to be rough. They're going to get cut down here by the cavalry, but there's more of them coming, and they're fairly, not super expendable, but expendable enough. And they get one. They don't get one shotter, which is also good. It gives them some reaction time in the mid game. Good counterattack in the north. still aggressively farming. I haven't seen any workers go down, but they might be dead. There's one there. There's a lot of stuff going on. So many things just getting microed and macroed. It's hard to keep up. 5 CP ability, we got the Horn. Oh, I guess popped just now. Gonna let him clear up this swarm of peasants. And also, counter-attacking in the north is successful. Gets the camp he attacked earlier. But now we'll go down to the peasants. Nice stacking there. Good reactions. Fighting the peasants, and they're gonna keep pressuring. Finally a camp in the north goes down, but these surrender raiders did their best, but not good enough. And just aggressively expanding, keeping on the map, even though his workers both still alive. Even though he's been losing his battles a little bit, he's still keeping up the pressure, which is excellent. Can he save the worker here? He's gonna have to do some micro checks, but no, gets stuck, looks like. Some frustrations, understandable stuff. Second worker now gonna run for his life. This poor guy he's in deep in enemy waters right now, but he gets away for now. But we got the cavalry, smelling blood, sharks, just looking for the worker, but retreats instead because the spears are nearby enough to defend the workers. Again, Pool just keeping up the pressure. Nice stacking, but the hordes are now coming, and now we got archer support in there as well, which is going to make this very rough for Mako to defend. He's also now Popcat because he's losing map control, which is one of the big snowball elements of the game. Makes it very hard to turtle. And this little outpost of units gets slaughtered to the last, as the hordes of Rohan keep advancing, and in desperation to maintain parity in production with the pool micro and macro, it's going to get more production. But the big horde is coming, and right now, is there anything he can muster? He's going to keep going north, try and make his opponent at least spread himself a little bit thinner. The archers are in an archer duel, but however, archers I think aren't that strong. And License to Siege is very expensive, especially when you're behind. But we've got some reinforcements coming in to flank in the north. At least one more warlord gets thrown out there to get some work done. Just an axeman there. In the north, the little harassment group is cut down as more reinforcements across the map just pushing. We got the horn coming down, and I think that's the level 10 horn. No, it's level 5 horn. So Pool is smelling blood. He wants to just execute him right now. And right now he's getting a lot of value, but the double Molotovs are able to force him back. Interestingly enough, not more cavalry, which makes me think Pool wants him to engage in more axemen and less spears, so he can then eventually just go into more cav. But these Molotovs putting in extreme amount of damage. Just slaughtering all the peasants. Hitting level 3. Oh wait, no, they're level 2. They killed level 3 peasants though. This is a lot of death. And the entire wave has been killed, but he's ahead economically enough to the point where even fending this off, he's still just generating so much value from the money. These guys get something at level 2, I think, yeah. They get more damage the more of them there are. And now we got March to War, excellent ability. And now we got the cavalry. That's massive. Having counter cavalry now is going to force Pool to go into more spears. And also using the farms on the front line now to generate units. Only one starting farm is still alive, and Mako calls GG. Pool utilizing his map control and superior numbers to clutch out the game there. Good play from both players. I'm impressed with Maka actually, like legitimately. Plays really well. So we're 2-0. We're gonna change the score real quick. There we go. Now we see what factions are for game 3. I am. It's from my own pocket. I played a bunch of the sweaty players and I was like, damn, I fucking suck. I want to see what the top level plays like. So I put some money. I also like. Now I'm also like, I'm impressed how good players are in this game. Like legit. Most of the games in this size would not be this competitive, but like, they're good. Like straight up, this game is hard to play. Let's see. I can look in the VOD. I'm pretty sure. If I just do this. Can I not just go into my current fucking thing? Let's see. Come on, Twitch. Don't be shit. Please, Twitch. Don't be trash. Oh my god, it's not letting me upload that. Yeah, it was Tom More one. So Dolgor, Dolgoldur versus Gondor. This will be an interesting matchup. So Gondor is an interesting one. Gondor has a lot of early game power through the Lamadons, which hit very hard. And their mid-game transitions are a bit complex. But it'll be interesting. Dolgoldur is weak, so maybe Pool has something planned. I think a lot of things people do tend to do, personally, is just aggressively proxy. The game is easier than some RTS games, but it's a lot more difficult because of like there's things that makes it more difficult. Hotkeys being just evil. The hotkeys in this game are just fucking evil. But there's a lot of stuff you have to keep in mind in macro and just do properly in game knowledge, and like for how small it is, people are very competitive. Got the triangle formations, no box, which is interesting. But like the game is not that easy to play, I don't think, personally. And I've played a lot of, like, there are like RTS games that I would say are harder, that have more players and stuff, but that's different. Like Warcraft 3 probably has 4 or 5 times maybe the players Age of the Ring has / Battle of Middle Earth. But like I think this community is still equally as competitive. The proxy has been spotted, it looks like. Well, I think Dawn of War 1 is easy to play. But that's because the game is balanced badly. Dawn of War 1 has balance issues at the end. Okay, focusing on the game. Turin will cast next week. So you will cast the semi-finals and the finals with me. And probably the bottom bracket. So we got the... did he miss the proxy? Now he sees it. Proxy is up, Rabble are on the way. We got spears first, double spears. Not able to fight Rabble head on, but he's got archers. Archers will cut down Rabble fairly easy. Got more of them on the way. A big problem for a faction like Dol Guldur is the ability to creep is mitigated a little bit by the units start melting outside of their buildings. But we're seeing aggressive posturing from the Gondor player right now. Just getting 2 units out now to start pressing. Might lose this farm, but he just demolishes it instead, which is better for him. Obviously. More Rabble just suicidally charging. We're also gonna see the creep camp being taken. Marcus slipping on micro? No? Pulis is going for the buildings with the horn. Okay, being forced to use the horn pretty early means I think the game plan for Gondor right now is they just want to endure this and then counterattack across the map. So will we see the Sentinels? We will. And that's because they give healing. One of the better mercenaries in this game for sure. 1 Rex is going to go down, but this forward proxy will start falling shortly. And once a critical mass of Gondorian troops have assembled, it's going to be way more difficult for Pul to harass, but he's getting more proxies rolling. He's got some archers on the defense too. And that's the last battle, just going down. Another building is just going to get chipped away at. The counterattack has been assembled, and we're going to see if there's going to be any reactionary units coming out to deal with more Rabble. The archers do get caught, which is a slip up, but even being out here, I mean, these archers are dying slowly. It's one of the problems with the faction, but good kiting. The Rabble is trying to stall and buy time. And the first proxy racks goes down. Got a super aggressive farm out in the north where it's going to be harder for them to find them. And here comes the Sentinels of Woodian, which are an excellent unit. They do magic damage as well, which I don't know how applicable it is in this scenario, but it is useful. And just healing everything here. I mean, this is a lot of wounded units. The spiders do deal damage through infestation. So just being able to mitigate that is very useful. No stables yet. Surprisingly, but I assume that is for some reason or other. We got Thrain the Broken Out, useful hero, and here you see the healing just coming into play. It's going to give a lot of sustain to this offensive, and a lot of momentum. As the Gondorian troops are still holding out, we've got another proxy coming down. This tower proving to be very useful. And more barracks coming down, plus one of the towers. This Rabble Horde cut down, but it gets a farm. Here comes the spiders, but there are some spears in the mix. Quite a few actually, and they're getting healed while in combat. 1 spear unit does go down though. Oh, he overextends, but does he react in time? Thanks to the healing, a lot more units are surviving here, which is super useful. I cannot understate the usefulness of this heal. It actually lets them just cut through this, another wave of units cut down, and it's just keeping up the pressure, not letting Pool dictate the pace of the match as much. And we see an armory coming down in the place of a farm, which means Mako is prepared and willing to go to a late game grind gets the farm too. So 3 farms, I think, and a bunch of units for a pretty big chunk of his forces. But overall, still very useful. We got 4 long, the Giga Chad. Rolling. Buffs up all the tier 1 units, and if you're not planning on going to tier 3 anyway, why not? I don't think these upgrades influence the Lamadon Clansman too much, but the banners are always useful. We'll see what he plans to do here. Investing more into archers, maybe we're going to see Thillian Rangers. Or maybe it's going to be the Denethor Fire Blob. We'll see. I'm curious to see how this is played out. Because he's investing so much in cavalry, he will have to get more spear units though. Well, not cavalry, archers. Whereas Pool is investing heavily into archers. Not archers, oh my god, I'm missing every word. He's investing heavily into spiders, which is his cavalry unit. And they will shut down the archers, but the spears will cover the archers effectively. So it's a question of how well he can play this sort of dynamic. The Axemen are also just crazy good against essentially everything Pool has on the field in terms of infantry, because they do splash damage, and they also deal more damage to structures, which is super useful for just clearing out these proxies. The Axemen are going to get cut down though, and there's no spear units. Oh, there's 2 spear units actually in the base of the effect, but not out in the field. This push doesn't have any, so this hero could be exposed and cut down. Actually, there's 1 unit, but that's not going to be enough. If 1 archer gets a couple of volleys, that's just gone. And that means this will push, and Forlong will die to the spiders. And right now we got Pool with a big counter attack. Got one of the formations being used. I think that's more armor? Yeah. The Sentinels of Woody End do have a lot of HP. They're basically tier 1.5 units. So they do survive that initial trample, which is excellent news for Mako, because he's surely going to need it. Nice, excellent side push on the way. Spiders moving into support to the answer, which the archers would have done. And he's going to get the armory. But it's not without its fair share of losses. We got a big wave here just pushing ahead. Just going to try and clear out as many farms in return. Spiders went somewhere else and got a bunch of traveling down elsewhere, which means, oh, just barely fails to save the armory there. Horn coming down on the front lines here. Forlong is probably farming, but what is he? He's in here somewhere. There he is, in the trees. Leveling up to level 3 shortly, which is going to give him a big damage boost and splash damage, which is always nice against the rabble. Almost catches the worker, they're slipping. This is the part of where you have to be very quick on your feet in this game, but even a player like Pool will falter. And Forlong is retreating now, but us rabble are fast. Leaving behind some archers to absorb damage and be a sacrificial pawn as reinforcements pivot to protect Forlong. Got counter cavalry now, finally. Maybe we're gonna see a transition into Minas Knight spears, or not spears, Gondorian knights. So much shit going on, I'm like losing track. But the tier 2 cav are insanely good. Some of the best in the game in my opinion. I quite like getting them. This farm has been alive for a while. We got 2 level 2 farms. Dude, this has not been that long of a game. It feels like it's been 30 minutes almost. That's crazy. Got Spear Unit hiding in the side there. Worker goes down to some rabble. This farm that has been paid for ages ago is finally going to go down, and we're looking at 800 to 450, and yet Gondor is able to counterattack. We got Spawn of Karakarov, the Chill of the Grave, Horn and Restoration. There is that's another 10 point of, oh no, that's the Chill of the Grave, which is very useful, just AoE damage, but not going to be too effective here. Cavalry is defending the base now against the rabble hordes, which is super useful for Mako, and Mako's counterattack is now on. Vitality getting unlocked is going to be very useful to have. The extra experience here isn't too relevant, but having the archers protected by the spears in the middle is going to make it very hard for Pool to find the opportunity to push. That said, he slips in the micro a little bit, and here comes the trample. Oof. That's going to be the end of Forlong, it looks like. It also seems like Pool has lost 2 of his heroes. I saw Thrain the Broken earlier, and I also saw the jailer guy, I forget his name, but he also died. But we got Carrick out. Caragast? Yeah, Caragast out to put in some work. And it seems like Forlong might get out of there. No. Oh wait, there he is. Crimple. He's just hard to make out. He was still alive. So Crimple is alive and he's level 6 and he's just a beast. He also does... he has like a very specific passive which doesn't do anything in this matchup. But another proxy dealt with, and Gondor is holding 2 farms at level 3. The economy is in the advantage of Dol Guldur, but just maintaining this sort of just defensive posture is allowing Gondor to slowly claw their way back in. But hitting level 15 soon, that's going to be another big ability popping out. With cavalry being across the map, there's going to be no defense for that proxy, but Pool is willing to let it die, it looks like. Kargast and or Camel, I guess like 5 heroes on the field now. So this is Camel just being I think he buffs the spiders, which is super useful. And there comes the 15-point ability, which is Wither, which is absolutely insanely good. It's 2 buildings down. And I think it also disables them, yeah. So that's the cavalry piece, just vaporized. And spiders are anti-cap, and they're just going to slaughter these, what are they called? Kenneth Gellen Riders. Proxy dealt with, map control still being maintained somewhat in the western part of the map. And that's the 10-point summon, that's just gonna wreak havoc. We got another barracks coming down out of sheer desperation, just more units just being churned out in an attempt to maintain some semblance of stability, and another counterattack ongoing, just trying to rat out more farms. Got the Necromancer, aka Sauron, rolling dirty now though, and that's gonna be rough. Excellent restoration that's gonna save that building, which is huge. And somehow, despite situation, it's looking grim, but maybe holdable if he pulls out some really strong plays. We got Forlong being rebuilt, I think. The fields of Ithilien being pushed out to just get some more firepower from the Ithilien Rangers, I think they're called. Yeah, the Rangers are just gonna put work in, snipe off models, and you know they're actually pretty decent damage-wise, and the buff also lasts a long time. But Forlong is no duelist and he gets cut down by Kargast, and that's gonna call the game. Game over. The series goes to Pool, and I forgot to change the factions again. It's definitely the controls. It's a super difficult game to pilot. Like, I have a lot of experience playing tons of RTS games. And I think AOTR is one of the hardest I've had to pilot. I think Age of Empires 2 is also up there. Because that game's control scheme is just fucking whack. I don't know if Definitive Edition changes anything. He was clever. Alright. Let's see. What's the scoreboard looking right now? I think Conquer and LSD are playing. Panic and PBR are playing. I don't know what the other series are like. Well played to both. Yeah, you played well. Yeah, the game definitely has balance problems, but that's, you know, it's an old game. The mod is also like, there's engine problems. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I wonder if people understood that you're meant to play the series up until quarters in one go. I feel like that's fairly... self-explanatory that you play... You know, you play your stuff in one go, but maybe someone missed it. I will... So I do see a series here. I will be casting, which is Conky versus LSJ. I will, let's see, boot up my game. Where do I put, I have to find where I put replays first of all. I think it's in app data, hold on. Age of the Ring, replays, there we go. So we're gonna cast this series while waiting on the score. But since we're just going to quarters today, I don't expect there to be many more series left. I'm actually, okay, there's a lot of people watching. That's nice. I'm happy there's actually people watching at all. I thought I'd be streaming to like 5 people, like straight up today. But I'm happy there's anyone watching at all. So we're gonna do this. Let's see. Why is it not showing up? Come on, game, work with me. There we go. So this is game 1. And just doing some admin stuff real quick. Alright, so, hold on. Can I pause? I forget, can I pause this shit? Alright. I can, alright. LSJ is Harad, Konku is Lotorian. So we're gonna quickly Yeah, I'm working on it right now. I'm very professional, okay? So Konku is Lotorian. And This is LSJ, who is Arad. The score is 0-0. I'll cast this series. Oh my god, I'm muted because I was helping someone. What I'll probably do is I will probably cast every single series. Maybe not all today. I'll do at least 1 or 2 more quarters. I want to do the quarterfinals of. Wait, are you gonna play Hachika right now? Is that your like quarters series? Because then we might cast that actually. I don't know if it's like. I'll try to keep up with everything. Yeah, if you're okay, yeah, we'll do that. We'll cast the series later, and I'll try and do every quarters at least. I'll do like 1 more, which is your series, and then Monday I might cast the rest. Yeah, I don't know why it ended up being so big. There we go. I'll get a lobby up. And I forgot I have a password on because I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay. Well, I'll try and get every series casted. But we'll do 1 or 2 more today. I want the name you signed up with. Yeah, I'm just waiting on Hachiko. We'll start. He signed up, he missed the check-in because of technical issues. But he really should have told me that he could have VPN issues before the check-in. But it's unfortunate. I mean, I will probably host a tournament in the future. Again, so I'm having fun doing this. I don't know what the prize pool will be. Maybe 500. Maybe. We'll see. But it depends on how things go. Next week. But so far I'm being treated pretty well by everyone. And they're being understanding. Yeah, but the more money you put on the line, the harder people train. You'd be surprised. You can get people really like. Also, endurance is a big thing. Because like someone like Badger, someone like Awed, right, goes super hard on the paint. He's fast and good at the game. Don't get me wrong. But if is he able to maintain that for like something like 8 games in a row? Maybe, maybe not. You don't really know until you really have to fucking do it. Back in the day, like in Code 2, we had tournaments that ran all the way to like 3 a.m. Sometimes 4 a.m. for me. The Americans had it the worst. It was brutal for those guys. But it did mean that like even the super strong players sometimes would actually lose. Because you're just so exhausted. And then sometimes when you're exhausted you also play better. It's weird. It's weird how that works. We're just gonna do all the map stuff. We're just waiting. He needs his break. Assyrian's helped me a lot. He gave his input on seeding and stuff. And some other things like the map pool. I set up the veto system, the rules and everything. Which I know it's not the most like clean, you know, well executed thing in the world, but I think I did a pretty good job for my first time. Well, I don't care about marketing and promotion. I just like, for me it's like I do it because I like seeing good players play. That's like all it is. Alright, we're just waiting. We're just chilling. But next week there's gonna be a lot more viewers for sure. There'll probably be like a couple, maybe not 1,000, maybe like 1,500 from Turin. Like my expectation for this initially was like I get like maybe 8 players, like total. So the fact that I even got like I think 19, 20, something like that. I'm pretty happy. It's just unfortunate they missed some of the check-ins and stuff. I actually had 3 drops, I think. Yeah, 22 signups is pretty good. This is, and then people don't show up, and you know, all that stuff. But I'm pretty happy. Yeah, maybe. If this goes well, next week will be good, and then maybe next time will be better. We'll see. Maybe I'll see if I can convince Turin to host, to chip in. He wants to do like an Iron Harvest show match with me though, so I have to also start preparing for that. Maybe it was too early, yeah. I mean, it's a learning experience. In Code 2 we had like months ahead a lot of the time. It depends on the period, but Code 2 was also very different. It was a super engaged community. It was like a consistent Patreon thing. But I like watching the game. I like seeing people play it. Playing it's awful for me because it's the schemes. But other than that, it's pretty alright. I should also update the brackets because I'm being a doofus. Alright, starting it up now. Took a second, but we're finally getting there. You know, I didn't account for it. Like, I assumed most people wouldn't show up. Like, if it's more than 50%, that means that's a good result, generally speaking, in my book. That's what I sit on things. Alright. I should have checked the connection between these two people actually. Let me see. US and like Australia. I think Badger's like Australian or something. Alright. It seems like, according to his thing on Game Ranger, he's American. So I guess I'll host. And I'll get the map list. I mean, the way I put it up is it's 2 separate days across weekends because that's easier for people to plan around. Why can't I copy paste? Bro. Dog water. Alright. Now we're just waiting for him to hop in. I mean, my takeaway from the league games was the top factions, Rivendell, Harad, Misty, and Isengard, to me those were the factions. Yeah, it's this one. This will be sweaty, I think. It'll be fun. I look forward to it. Alright, it's heads for Badger. What's it gonna be? It's Tails. Dude, there's something up with the Steam AI, dude. This is insane. Look at this. Tails, 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 tails. Crazy. Just doing some. That's a contested series. Nice. Now we'll wait for battery speed up. Okay, we're gonna do this in the Discord. So we can just do this, I think. Fuck, I forgot. I just did it. Did I lose my? There we go. All right. I think there's a tool for map bands. Yeah, sorry. I have to snack. Because I wanted to do a turn. It's just easier for me. I need my energy after casting. I mean, I got mostly everyone in the voice chat during the check-in time. When everyone had questions and stuff, we worked it out. Yeah, man, snacking is always useful. So hilarious when you see like a dead account, the fucking consulate. They're gonna be so confused. When they ever log in. Oh, sorry, my bad. For some reason it's not working for him. Oh, because... Why is someone else... Wait, what? Why is this... That's not who should be here right now. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, he did. That's hilarious. Hopefully this doesn't happen again. Hopefully it works this time. Okay, we're now waiting on... Why is it not working?
Okay.
Okay, we're now waiting on...
Yeah. I click already and now her.
Okay, we'll do this manually then. Okay, hold on.
I click again.
Yeah, I understand. Alright, here's what we're doing. Okay, so the site is bugging out. That's sick. Love that. We're gonna do this the simple hardcore way. Okay. We're gonna do this the super... Here we go. Are you guys ready for this? Ugh. Oh, how are we gonna do this? We'll do it like... There we go. Then we'll do it like this. Alright. Now we're cooking. Oh yeah. Yeah, you just send me your pick now. We're doing this way. This is the draft. This is the draft. Badger picks evermore. Alright, let's put on green. Surprised his sight wasn't working. That's weird. Because I'm pretty sure it worked for both players the other time. Alright, Badger, it's your go. This is so scuffed. This is this is so scuffed. Could've got ruined though. Yeah, I know, right? This is the fucking end game right here. So now we're down to like 3 or 4 factions, I think. There's like Dol Guldur, Woodland Realms, Rohan left. Is there anything else I'm missing? I don't think so. I think that's the rest of them. No, next pick doesn't matter. You have your 4 factions because ace game it resets. You can pick whatever you want. So ace game it doesn't matter too much. Okay, so these are the factions. This is. Oh, these are yours. That's hilarious. So first map is Isura's game 1. Let's see who won coin toss. Erebor versus Isengard, we've seen this matchup before. It's kind of interesting. Oh. There we go. It took a while. It was a fucking struggle and a half, but we solved it. We fixed it. So it's all good. Isahara is an interesting map. Not too much in terms of creeping. There's a couple of camps here and here. You have these ones, but I don't really see them captured too often. Hopefully it's not laggy for thing to players. Mainly thing to note here is I guess the towers are very useful, but capturing them is a big time investment when you need to play map. And now we're on. So what was the opening here? Dwarves south side. So previously when we saw dwarves on this map, they were on north, and now see what's on south. So we're going to see how they play a little bit differently, what their scheme is. See 2 farms immediately. I'm also going to add the factions real quick. There we go. Hopefully, doesn't do anything. So we see 2 farm racks and an aggressive tunnel. Early Crow sees the wild man, doesn't get too much info. Very defensive farm. I can't tell if that's like... Oh, it's getting a little bit less than the other 2, but it's in a better position, I suppose. And now the dwarf is gonna go back to base, got their info, they're ready to roll. No early cam, no tricks. And now we got the first tunnel up. Has Hachiko spotted it? It looks like he either has or he just got lucky and guessed the right path. We'll see. First warrior on the way. Do we have tunnel collapse on the way? We do not. So a bit different from Machuka's start, where he opted for immediate tunnel collapse, but warriors are already here. He decides, I'm not going to go for the harass, I'm going to creep, try bypass, go for base instead. Or no, Badger leaves himself exposed, so these wildmen do have an opening on the mines if they desire to, which they do take. But now we got the second warrior rolling out, we just got a warrior train, just rolling dirty. First farm down. Double wildman production now underway. No counter harassment, which it's kind of difficult to harass dwarves in general because they tend to go for sparser lineups. And these two are just obnoxious to try and get to. But wildmen are fast enough to try and brute force it sometimes. Give out torches early, which is interesting. And just trying to harass, immediately fend it off again. The base is shooting them, so it is putting pressure on these warriors. I don't know if they'll be able to get the farm. Doesn't look like it's likely. No, but almost gets it, so the next wave might. These dwarves will have to stand and fight against superior numbers, but the dwarves are anything but weak, so the resilience will put in work here. Still no tunnel collapse, allowing him to keep churning out even more units. Gonna opt to start creeping. So far, keeping Isengard on the defensive, which is nice. You really don't want the Isengard steamroll to start just pressuring you because they're faster, they hit harder against your buildings, and it's annoying to deal with as a dwarven player. I don't know what the mercenary camp is on this map, but it could be a useful one for dealing with wildmen. Nice preemptive warrior play here. Saw the units rotating, already on the way. Clean. I really like that. Might see a cheeky steal of the creep camp here. Yeah, it's gonna just creep jack him. That's a big loss. Warriors just trying to keep up with the wildmen. It's rough. No speed. And just still churning non-stop. Are we gonna see any archers? Doesn't look like it. Just trying to defend with what he's got currently, and he's getting kind of overrun, but he has defended his north side, and looks like he's preparing for a nice, calm counterattack. As the warriors try and maintain the rest of the map. Now pushing out a couple of more units and going into chariots next. Do we see a work transition yet? No. Hachiko still putting on good amount of pressures. Takes out the forward tunnel, it's a big loss. But it's going to take out a core farm, but loses a core tunnel in exchange. And finally, the first chariot is finished, but he doesn't have the pop cap. That's huge. No pop cap means no ability to produce units, of course. It's just going to keep escalating. Badger trying to counterattack here and hold out. And the Dwarven sprinters are putting in work, and they're just doing a massive counterattack, but no pop caps. Any second that chariot's delayed is bad news. But big counterattack cleans up the attack in his base. That's incredibly important, and now getting more tunnels up. I don't know where his second worker is, and there he is. It's still alive. All workers alive is huge news. Losing even one puts you super far behind. Got Crows of Crabane, I think they're called. That's the Ravens. Yeah, Crabane from Dunland. Plus War Chant. an all-out double CP just to try and save this farm. Doesn't save it, but it's gonna just wipe out the rest of this dwarvish push, which is gonna put the game back on a neutral state, slightly favoring Isengard in terms of economy. So far, it looks like the Isengard player is just staying on Wildman tech, maintaining creep, maintaining map, and maybe aiming for a warg transition or alerts follow-up. Alerts always good in this matchup. Alerts always good in basically every matchup, honestly. But particularly against the dwarves, which like good ranged units, tend to struggle a little bit more. From what I think, from my pickup here, I think he's playing the Ironfoot, yeah. Not Oaken Shield, so no Lake Town or worse heroes, effectively, in my opinion. Sharka would help. Yeah, Sharka would definitely be good here. I think most heroes for Isengard are good. I think the only one that's a bit sus is the Viking guy and Wormtongue. Wormtongue is a bit of an odd one. A lot of cheap spirits on the field, a lot of cheap wildmen. Chariot's gonna have to be careful. Nice micro there. Keeping the chariot alive. Dwarves just holding out, just being obnoxious, always just frustrating to deal with. Final creep camp taken. Are we gonna see a reclaiming of the towers? Probably not. It's gonna get the farm here. And activates Dwarven Sprinters, gonna buy into space. I mean, these guys are just tanking it out. That's holy shit. We've got a big counterattack coming in. Double spears and a single sword is gonna make it hard for this chariot to put in work, but he does have the barrel. That's a decent amount of damage, not anything amazing, but picking off models where you can is important. Would like to see some archers from the dwarves, I think, but maybe I'm just a newbie. And it does also leave you open to the trample. When we see a warg transition now incoming, it's going to be rough for the dwarves now. Economically disadvantaged, and the fact that as the game goes on, Isengard's economy scales a little bit better. Although dwarves, those big miss micro, dwarves do have some good follow-ups in terms of economy boosts. They have their 10-pointer deep delving, which is very nice to have. But Isengard tends to have a lot more. The raiders, the wildmen, once you vet them up and you get torches and stuff. Actually, no, it's just level 2. So once you get to level 2, you just make money when you hurt the buildings, which is just insanely useful. Erebor is holding strong, another good counterattack. Not relenting, a very pitched match so far. With the chariot being worn down, that's going to be rough. On defensive stance with ore barrels. I don't think ore barrels gives him experience either, which is something to note. Nice demolish, saving the tunnels there, and the trample there, putting in work. Defended by a couple of spears. Does he notice? He does. The wargs are now instead looking for a pickup in the base. And what are they hunting? Oh, chariot goes down. Big pickup. The wargs are looking, but they're not finding much. Another tunnel goes down, but Erebor is holding strong with their own counterattack. And I mean, yes, there's a lot of wildmen, but I think the dwarves are out trading them in terms of cost effectiveness. I'd have to know the game better. Finally got some archers on the way. Yeah, 300 to 200 plus 150. Wildmen are not cost effective in these duels. And the longer these dwarves generate models and stay alive, it's just better for him. Lacking in production though, he's feeling the pressure. Dwarves try to trample cavalry. A foolish endeavor, for sure. Slipping on the CP tax, but dwarves with their 10 CP now will get more money. And their counterattack is being effective. Primarily the fact that this one is level 3 is going to now give him a way back into the game, I think, even though he is behind, I would say. Another excellent attack. Scouts are not coming up, so now we got the Uruk-hai transition. This is where it gets really dangerous with wars. We got the Dwarven repairs coming out. can he save? We've got oil barrels, picking up a couple of wargs, not bad. He's gonna save the tunnels, and we've got a massive wave of dwarves preparing for their counterattack. Archers now out, also gonna put in a lot of work. And this attack, I mean, it's endured. Level 4 is always useful. I mean, they're super tanky. It's taking a while. Oh, we got a big devastation coming down. Immediately. Maybe didn't do anything. Did he? I think he got a. Maybe he spent it immediately, and I wasn't quick enough to catch it. Another big push. Here comes the Crabane Crows. Chariot picking a fight with wargs, not really what you want to be doing, but microing across the field. A lot of good fights. Alright. Sorry, I was just getting Steam message. I'm just putting myself on Do Not Disturb. Warriors of Kinley Kai. These guys are pretty good. Ooh! Big pickup. Oh, misses it. Close. Lurts on the field now with the orcs. The man tide, or the orc tide, I suppose, in this scenario, is on the field, and it's going to be rough. But this lone unit of mercenaries is actually going to be very useful. The damage reflection is always a useful stat. And I want to say dwarves they managed to get even in terms of map control, but they are behind economically still. Comes to damage reflection. But you can't reflect a bolt to the head, unfortunately, so these guys are just going to get cut down. I might bring down one of the wildmen with them, but not super cost effective. But they got a farm. I think a farm is 350, 300. I'm a bit rusty in my game knowledge, so... Another... Oof, big tramples. Forcing a war chant actually to clean this up faster. War chants do last a while, so you might still be able to scavenge some value out of it. But maintaining the macro, crawling himself back from the position he was in was very impressive to me. And still just not being isolated, not being completely overrun. Waves and waves of orcs on the way, but the dwarves are holding stalwart. But a big problem that the dwarvish player is facing, I think, is he is not scaling his tech. Whereas his opponent, he's getting tech in the form of a hero, he's getting scouts, he's got basically every tech tree he can now. And scouts plus alerts is always nasty. That extra 50% damage, 50% armor is just super useful. Sending these guys away to force a unit to chase is very good. It's going to split up the enemy force. Might even give an opportunity for the chariot if microed correctly and not into these spears. Oh my god. I had completely forgotten about my robot cleaner. Now I'm just gonna put it on pause. This is a very pitched game though. So far I want to say I think Isengard is slowly crawling ahead thanks to the tech advantages, but I mean, this chariot is putting in work. There's no spears here, just a single worgen unit. It's gonna give the chariot all the value he needs.
And lacks context. Please provide a complete prompt so I can give a helpful response.
I fucking hate this random AI bullshit, dude. Alright. I swear it's like the phones are always listening in on the shit you're doing. It's creepy. Anyway, chariot still alive, goes down finally after getting a lot of value. Big counter raid again. Constantly stressing the dwarven defenses. And despite the economical advantage of basically having double the eco and pop, I think Isengard is not able to close out the game as well as he would like, and the dwarves are holding up very nicely. We got the first hero, King Bran. I think he is the guy who shot Smaug and injured him pretty badly. It's a quick archer hero. I haven't seen him often, so that's an unusual choice. He boosts human units. He gets a cavalry summon later. So okay, so he's a long-term scaling hero. He also snipes flying units and monsters. Neither of which Isengard has any of. No, I don't think they just have humans. But you have the black arrow, which I think is for sniping alerts for the most part. It also seems to be AoE. Saves the worker there. Insanely important. I don't think... Is Lurtz dead? It's hard to tell if he's alive on the map. I think he might have been picked off earlier, which would be a fairly massive pick off. The wargs are trying their best, but no opportunity to push in. But this is a big mass of units. And there's a counterattack ongoing. And we got the veterans, the level 15 ability, Moria Reclaim. So these are the super elite dwarves, and they come out with everything. Immediately, Isengard pops the weather effect as a counterplay. Excellent place. Waited until there was no counter weather and then deployed his own weather. Essentially nullifying the summon, but the summon has, I think, gotten the value it needed. It wiped out most of the wildmen here. The wargs are struggling in the north and the south. There's two pushes. Got a big counter push of double spears that will probably lose to these warriors. With the barrel support perhaps too. And this building I think is a permanent structure. So this is immunity to fear and terror. Not the most insane thing in the world, but also not too bad. And with it, a big counter push now. We're seeing the Isengard playing stick on tier 0 or tier 1 effectively with some axe throwers as their only real upgrading. And while scouts are very cost effective, dual purpose shooting unit, there comes a point where I think there's too much warrior mass for them to shoot through so easily. At some point or another, he's going to have to transition to the warriors and the fighting Urukai and the berserkers. Gets the chariot though, but these guys are pulling in work. I think the spear wall formation is also just useful. He wants to stall. Yeah, this is a natural combination sort of thing. They get reflection, they get more damage and armor. Brand is level 3, so no big power spike for him yet. And the crows of Kerbane, or the ravens of Erebor, so many fucking flying animals, still pulling in value. The mercenaries are also doing pretty well. The armory is gonna go down. Armory there is very brave, I would say. It's durable, so it is easier to defend technically, and it did get halfway through. And obviously finding a position where you can plant like an armory, maybe here now, is hard when there's no space for it effectively. So Lurtz is back. It seems like he did get killed off earlier. He's gonna be just boosting up all the warriors. He's got more farms coming. Economically, Isengard is still ahead, but the dwarves are slowly climbing back. And if there's anyone who can do it, certainly it's the dwarves, and they're ahead on CPs, so in terms of killing, they've gotten a lot more value. Brand has been caught out by the wargs, but he is pretty... Oh, there's Sharkwood too, mixed in there, so that's a pretty big pick-off. We have cavalry summon coming out, maybe to try and save them. Oh, he's trying, but Brand does go down. I think that's the crow character, yeah, Arak. Who has a couple of buffs, gives you speed, experience gain. But the main one is he gives you the Messenger of the King, which gives you a summon. And dwarves notoriously have 0 cavalry, so having a cavalry summon is excellent. It's a unit you can throw away, not care about too much. That's Hadhod, so that's another hero on the field. So we're finally transitioning to the very late game stage of things, where a lot of heroes are starting to feel lurks. You got Sharko, you got Hadhod, you had King Brand, and also got the Crow hero, which means there's a lot more money being floated, which means a lot more heroes are just going to start fielding. And that's kind of where dwarves start to take over the game a little bit. They get their hero squad, and it's very rough to deal with. A lot of level 3 furnaces putting in work here. Still nothing built here, perhaps afraid of a push. It does mean if he does break through here, he's not going to have a lot of things to harass. But a big Wildman army backed by scouts are pushing through. Are we seeing any sort of teching yet? No, just staying on Wildman. Trying to maintain map and control of just everything, just by sheer mobility and numbers. Sharko and crew still roaming level 4. Means you can use the armored wolves, but that's very hard to micro. It's a lot of stuff to manage. Bloodhunt's good, just excellent ability, makes raiding a lot stronger. And you have Sin and the Wargs, which is a good disruption. The Warrior Pillar doesn't really do anything here. There's not a lot of fear and stuff. I mean, he's maybe holding up for his weather. We also got dwarves closing in on their level 4 ability, which is their end game, which I think will be, in this case, the Dragon Summon. Or it's the Permanent Hero. I can't remember which one they get. I think they get both there, but people tend to go for the Hero Summon, I think. Got Large just soloing. Risky, but can be worth. If he gets the building, he gets a big XP boost, but gets away there, no problem. There's Hadhod doing his thing. Drops the dragon, grabs the horde. So he's gonna get 7,000 gold from that. It's a massive spend, and he just burns it all. So that's a massive power spike. Some sort of ability just went down there. Oh, Saruman! That's rare. Saruman the White. Excellent hero. Especially against the dwarves, which have expensive mainlines. So now you got the dragon just derping about. It's doing some damage, but it's already past halfway through its summon. It probably won't do much else, but the extra 7,000 gold is really why you get that ability. New worker coming up means we've seen a couple of worker losses, maybe 1, maybe 2. Hard to keep track of when there's so much stuff going on. Got engagement in the south, just harassment. Some minor dwarvish reinforcements pushing through to the aid, while some elvish allies are trying to harass in the east. A dwarvish engagement in the north. Saruman though is gonna just lead his forces and start cutting through everything. We got Lurks hiding in the base, the dragon not doing much. And now we got King Dane. He gives insane armor bonuses and damage bonuses. He's a fucking raid boss. Heals, buffs. I haven't seen him before, so this is kind of insane. He gets a big summon too. Okay, and that's the crow right there, summoning out its free summon and king. So the entire core are dwarvish heroes being assembled to go and goon after Saruman. Just immediately. Oh, you got Gimli too. You got everyone. The entire crew has just been summoned out from that one ability, and Saruman goes down afterwards. So now this gets very dangerous for the Isengard player. He's got Ugluck, but still no teching. And I mean, the Dwarven player isn't teching either, but dwarves don't need to tech as much, I don't think. Although he's teching up now, he's getting siege equipment. It's very nasty. Oh yeah, it was King Bran doing a knockback too. Yes, you got the hero squad. You got Gimli, Hadhod, Gloin, King Dane. It's like he's playing the campaign right now. Level 3 dwarves, dwarven mines also just very durable. Getting 2 archers is always nice. Weather coming down. That's the dwarven repair. We also have Wrath of Kadraz calling down the mountain, which could snipe the hero squad. That's probably what Hachiko is fishing for. Wants to get that S tier value. But once again, attacking with a quadrant of Wildmen, putting on the pressure. And we're just seeing across the map over and over big engagements. But we're seeing Badger gear up for a big push in the north. Siege weapons coming out. More reinforcements, and the hero squad just been spearheading the push. With even a haggard, almost dead chariot. But Hachiko doesn't want to give him the space to just push. So he's making a massive counterattack of his own. The torches are out, the weather's in effect. Now, I hope I don't know how much these players are experienced, but I assume he knows the Kadraz is not for buildings. That's one building down, being farmed off. But maybe it's already destroyed. This is bugged. There's a big horde. Will he try and smooth? No, he seems to be committing to this attack. No. It's hard to tell if he can hold this or not. That's the main thing. So he has to make a decision. Does he commit for the base trade, or is he going to go for the defense? Looks like he's committing for a base trade. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this. But he's got Dwarven skill is on cooldown. 2 more abilities, Wrath of Kadraz. This is a lot. But okay, he's got the summon, so that's what he's banking on. The summon to just hold out this wave of units. And they're just gonna force them back. And I think these guys drop a debuff. Reducing armor on the unarmored Wildman. Banners rolling out across the field. Gives money, but this hero squad, it's a lot. Lurtz is retreating back. He's been called back by Saruman to defend the keep. And we finally see the teching. We're seeing spears come out. Will spears work against heroes? I have no idea. We got the mountain coming down though. Here it comes. I don't even see the effect. Okay, well, that's lame.
Our spears are yours, Lord Sina.
I don't even know what's happening. I think our gate is bugging out. But a lot of abilities are coming down. Gimli deploying his stuff. The Red Axe. King Brand activating his stuff. There's so many abilities they're auto-casting. I think what happened was Kadraz came down. The fort goes down. Jesus. And Badger claims the game by the skin of his teeth. Damn. Close game. That was a 30-minute match. Damn. Sweaty match too. That was fun. Alright, so we're going back to the same map. We're just reversing positions and new factions. Okay, so it looks like it's not my building. And I think it's like a I don't know. I think it's a demonstration. But they got the blue lights on. Oh wait, they're on the fucking rooftop of the other building. Wait, what the fuck? I don't... Okay, I'm gonna assume it's nothing until it's like I get told to get fucking evacuate, I guess. But I think they were pulling from the building. Yeah, I assume so. So, if nothing happens, it's all good, right? But they are wandering around on the rooftops. Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend it's not there. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm gonna raise my desk so I can't see the fire trucks, and I'm gonna pretend they're not there. Perfect. All right. We got Hachiko and Mortar, Badger on Rivendell. Score is 1-0 Badger. We got the triangle formations, of course. I like this little play. Reducing some of his income on the southern farm to reduce the space of which he can get attacked. I don't know, they look like level veteran C3 maybe, level 3 fire trucks. There's like a bunch of little kids out there staring at them now. That's hilarious. There's like a line of like 7 cars who can't pass because they don't know what the fuck's happening. Anyway, focusing on the more important stuff at hand, over people's lives being saved and fires being extinguished. Rivendell, what are we doing? Their first ability, we got Scout, Wisdom of the Eldar, classic. We got Trackers from Mordor, also the very good defensive ability. Double Racks coming out, and the filthy Hobbitses are on the way to be the menaces to society that they are. If it's anyone who's tired of the fire, it's probably the Hobbits. Good early creep, more warriors on the way. Hobbits beat the shit out of orc units, so he better be careful. Does stop the harass attempt. The warg almost hits the hobbits, and now we got a second wave of filthy hobbits. I don't know if it's cost effective. What's happening now is he's right-clicked on the spears, which means they're passing through the warriors, which will mean the warriors cuts them down. Not very cost effective for Badger, very nice for Hachiko. Oh my god, okay, I'm hearing something outside, hold on. Enjoy, wait, can I pull track? Okay, so I don't know what's happening, but I think I'm still good to go. But like, it's like people in my building leaving, so I'm not sure if I should. Whatever. That'll be fun. More pushing from the hobbits of the orcs. They're doing an 8 camera out. More orcs in the south attacking. Another wave of orcs is churning out classic macro style faction. You just pump 500 out, you kill 300, 500 more take their place. Free racks. Yeah, actually they're just looking. I've never had like the fire trucks in my area before, so it just throws me off. Critical mass of orcs reached. The horde bonus is not kicking in, although it's not displayed, so I don't know what the horde bonus does. I assume it's very bad for the hobbits. Good screening from the pikes, good counter screening from the sword hobbits, and good counterplay with the archers, bowmen. Horde bonus, they get 20 fuckers, they get 25% more stats, that's pretty good. These poor hobbits are cornered to the wall, forced to do a brave last stand as they are slaughtered, but the Dunedain Cat heroically charging in to try and save the day. But there's a lot of orcs. The Rangers arrive. Now starting to press down on the swarms, but the production is relentless. We got good macro. Good instinct all around. Something is buffing up these guys. I assume it's a hero? No, it's Wisdom of the Eldar. Give them the speed to catch on the orcs. The hordes of orcs are still on the way. Double Dunedain camp now on the field. The Rangers is focusing down the pikes, and most pikes are now gone. But it's not all. The most. Dunedain camp using their ability of mobility to just start harassing, and some of the you'd think these are the fucking Rangers, or not. These are the Rangers with their swords out and defensive stance trying to hold out. They are doing their best, but there's a lot of orcs and they're relentless. Another wave. Aggressive stance on, but good micro from Badger. Excellent play, not getting caught out. I would have gotten caught out because I'm bad at the video game. More hobbits just laying their lives down to just buy time, but it's not working, and the hordes are just onwards and onwards, just pressing. O gets caught out, but counter charge wipes out one unit of orcs. Oof, does not save the almost level 2 cab unit. Nazgul now on the field, that's ruthless. Hatchgo has switched on and is putting on the pressure across the field. Strong plays all around. Another building goes down, and not charging there is going to be a godsend for these cavalry units. The Nazgul is proving to be a terror, and the economy now in favor of Hatchigo. What we saw last game, just because you're behind economically doesn't mean you'll get overrun or lose. Rivendell, much like the dwarves of old, have the same sort of benefits. They are able to endure and they're able to withstand the hordes of orcs. But it's going to be a tough task without any counterattacking being able to be fielded, but saving the level 2 farm is huge. I think they save them, yeah. And now the next wave appears. And another pocket of elvish and human hobbit forces are just exposed and just not able to hold out as they're overrun rapidly again and again. The hordes of Sauron just unrelenting. There's going to have to be a change up in strategy, I think, for Rivendell right now to pull back from this, because this is looking pretty grim. The Rangers have the quality, but quality doesn't matter when there's 5 to 1. It's a question of what is he gonna field next that would be helpful here. Is there a hero or ability? Perhaps. You got the level 10 ability soon. Many meetings could be on the table. Barricade coming down soon. Maybe for a big push here. He's gonna look to close out the game perhaps. But if Rivendell can endure, the level 10 ability could push this back, I think. But that's a lot of orcs. That's a max PopCap army, which is one versus one with 200. Gotta be keeping an eye on that CP marker. That's what he's holding out for. More units on the way. Cavalry sent out to try and salvage the situation. We got Gildor on the way. Gildor is a pretty good hero. We got the Breath of Manway wiping out a quarter of the Orcish army, but there's just more of them on the way to replace the losses. They do not care. They are unrelenting. We may even have to see a desperate Dunedain sentry coming down to even hold out, but Gildor is trying his best. But there's just so many of them.
They have wounded me.
Defenders of the Shire.
The trackers don't do too much damage. It's not too bad to fight them, but holding out here is going to be brutal. We even got the towers coming down to just give more support. Backs against the wall. Can he hold out? It's looking grim. I don't think so. With the last production building, there's nothing much he can field there to maintain pressure on these mortar orcs. Perhaps he's taking this time to ponder on his next move. We're going to be on a new map, new strategies, new factions. What's still going to be the next play? Still got, it's a very contested series so far, 1-1. He's going to have to figure out some tricks to crawl himself back on the board. Yeah, you can see just the mass. Losing a couple of the bounders early is very rough. We're now going on game 3. Score is 1-1. Very well played to both players. It's nice to have a contested series. Map is gonna be Nanharland. Having a small little break. Should I? I'm gonna take a small break. I need the bathroom, so I'm gonna mute myself. Alright, we're back. 1-1 and it's best of 5. Final game of the final series of the day for me. I will try and cast the other series later at some point. I'm busy tomorrow, so we'll see what I can do. Hachiko picks South. We can look at the brackets while we wait, actually. Let's do that. Player of 3-0. Panics. Seems like my seeding was mostly correct. No blowouts. This was a contested series, which is nice. So tomorrow, we're gonna have Conqui versus Puero, sweaty series. Pool versus Badger. Yeah, it got a bit scuffed, but I think it's okay enough for me. So we got Badger versus Pool, Conqui versus Puero. And it's gonna be a brutal best of 7. It'll be good games, I think, all around. There's been 3 dwarf games so far. No, it's not tomorrow. I just said it wrong if I said tomorrow. Oops. Next weekend. It's next Saturday. Actually, surprisingly, big amount of dwarf games. Like, I was surprised. Alright, so we got Lothorian versus Harad. Not a matchup I see too often. Rumil. I've played this matchup 3 or 4 times. In my experience, Rumil is goated. He handles the warlords fairly well. Orphan is also pretty good. On the side of Harad, Suladan's a terrorist, for sure. It's just absolutely horrific to deal with. With his cavalry blob. But you have Lothorian spears, which are notoriously good. The tribesmen get kind of cut down by the swords and cav, but we'll see what kind of opening Badger is aiming for here. Pool plays cavalry, some people play infantry. It's looking like a barracks opener. Very defensive barracks. It really depends if you can squeeze out the value of having an early Rex. Having it generate resources for you is good, having it not do that is brutal. Well, Lothorian tends to be on the defense initially, so let's see if he can put the pressure on Harad. He's gonna have an earlier Rex. Gonna have units pouring out right away and see what he's opening with. Spears, which means he's going for a creep. Now, the Harad player, what's he going for? We got Horn already, and we got Dry Spell. Dry Spell is obnoxious. It basically means it's -1 barracks. Or not barracks, -1 resource generation. I don't know how it applies on the barracks. I assume it doesn't do anything on the barracks. Maybe just reduces the resource generation. Okay, so we're seeing defensive play with the barracks. So instead of spreading himself out, he's building tight to get a lot of barracks early and defensively, so they're not easy to contest. Swords following up after. Most likely double archers, I think, because this is one of the metas you could play. But we'll see. Got some creeping from Harad, double ranks, not too shabby. Will he open swords or spears? A lot more spears. Expecting a cavalry opening. Badger not playing that though, just gonna play economically. Level 2 spears out of the gate with the Lamba, so they're gonna be healing themselves and advancing very aggressively alongside the swords. Gonna easily sweep this fight in the north, but got some archers on the way already defensively, trying to do some spear and archer combo basically. Seems like Elven units slightly faster. Backs off after putting in a bit of pressure. 2 creep camps for the north side, so pretty big advantage. 2 to 1 is still pretty extensive in terms of cash, but Lothlorien is able to get up a pretty strong defensive network and expanding pretty rapidly and soon to be pressuring this creep camp, claiming it and the resources unless he is forced to defend, which it looks like he's being forced to now. The archers of Lothlorien are insanely cost effective. Goes for the steel here. I don't know if he got it or not. I assume he didn't. Doesn't look like he did. Also soon hitting pop cap, which means he might be getting an early hero. There comes the dry spell. Brutal. Not hitting one of the core farms though is pretty bad. That's generally what you want to target, but this wing basically does nothing now for like a minute and a half. Big push in the north, the 2 units over there earlier moved away and then pushed. Archer is just going to try and cut them down, but with level 3 it's pretty good. You are, I think you get HP and other stats from it, so you're just getting more durability. You could now send 1 squad here and then 1 here to pressure this, or just stack. Got very early cavalry on the way. We also got the horn coming down. Archers on the flank just ruthlessly mowing down the infantry. And the horn here, I don't know, was it warranted? To me, not so much, but Badger is a more experienced player than I. He prioritized defending and saving this farm, which is obviously also very important. Almost all of them are in level 4 now. Got the first cavalry stable on the field, and these guys are being classical Lothlorians, obnoxious, fast, and just tedious to deal with. So that's just good for him. More expansions in the middle. Got another farm coming down. Might even see an early storehouse here. Economically, slightly ahead for Lothlorien. And yeah, just slightly ahead for Harad now, but they're about even, I would say. In terms of trading, I think Lothlorien has come out slightly ahead. Creep camp gets rebuilt, so it not able to get claimed by any of them. Spearmen trying to get away, but unlikely to happen. But if they do survive, that's a lot of value you can squeeze back from a 300 gold unit that's already done a lot. But it's looking like these guys are cooked. 2 cavalry in the rear, though. Is he gonna try and swipe? It's a bit risky. And he picks off a couple, staggers the models, and this thing get picked off, and now this force is just done for. Hitting pop cap for Lothlorien, very important. No archers here, so it's going to be very hard to clear out the spears, and he side swipes a couple and loses a few models there, not good. The Harad cavalry blob is just running around rampaging. Lothlorien had an opportunity there, but some micro mistakes coming into play, but now it's a big fight. The horn is not available, dry spell not available. The dry spell is still just negated this thing from leveling at all. Comparatively, every other farm is almost level 2 now, just to give you an idea how important that is. Exposed archer unit just gonna get run down here. One thing I'm noticing, no replenish on the field or healing on the field for the Lothlorien player, who's just playing defensively, trying to get max pop cap, and now is copped out. New builder made. Seems like one was lost earlier, maybe two even if he's forced to rebuild. Although having two is always nice. Forced demolition, nice focused push. Line formation, that's the Serpent's Bite plus defensive, means you're reducing the penalty you're taking while increasing your durability. Probably the way to play it, not sure, I assume it is. Ciarul is now out. He is a beast. Plus a Carrion Feeder. Carrion Feeders are just annoying. More expansions on the way. 2 assaults on both sides being prepared. Even grabbing the Mercenary Camp, which is going to give him a 1.5 level sword. Horn coming down. Cavalry in position for any sneaky attacks. Essentially a triangle where he can't really get pushed on by any sort of cap. The archers are getting a lot of work in, but some of them got cut down. The Carrion Feeder is still alive. Ciarul is somewhere. He's in their solo now. But the force is forced away. Good trade for Lothorian, gets a farm, might even get another one. They do, but Harando is not slow. They are counter-attacking the moment they get the chance to. And they move in. Lothorian sitting up, looks like it's gonna be a what's his face? Haldir pick. Got the level 10 ability coming down, the big summon. 2 ways to stop this, stunning them or killing them. Big, just what do they call it? I forget the ability names. Dry spell coming down. Going for the Archer Volley for Lothorian there, I'm not sure it was worth it. Burns it on a nothing essentially. Loses the farm, but it's going to wipe out the rest of the abilities, and it is a 10-pointer that got burnt. Big counterattacks as well in the center. Still a very hotly contested game. It's hard to tell who's ahead and behind, but this push with the cavalry, excellent instincts, just going to wipe out everything. That's brutal. Sitting of 3,000, maybe we're actually going to see an early Celebron / Galadriel pick. That would be ballsy. Leveling up, so he's going to tech up to get the Pathstalkers and the Sentinels. Most likely there's going to be a lot of Pathstalkers on the way. No archers now, I mean the Carrion Feeders are going to just be able to feast on everything. Got something here. One single Harander Raider got away, or the Warlord. And these guys can replenish without leveling, so long as the Warlord's alive. Just how the unit lives. Uses Tribute Chest, which is excellent. Just stops income. Wipes out the Scorpion. Archer's putting in work, although the Carrier Vulture there is putting in work as well. Okay, 3,000 gold just spent. We're gonna see what hero is gonna come out and if they can put the game on the back. Tier 2 as well, what are we looking to get? The Horn is now out. Horn, excellent 10-pointer, a bit bugged, but still very good against infantry and cavalry. And heroes, just good against everything, really. It's just bugging against structures right now. As you can see, just one taps that guy, but attacked on every front. The mercenary camp plotting ahead. Just gonna let him push out pretty heavily. We got Galadriel, who's like Giga Chad. Just one-shots everything. And saves one of the level 2 camps, or farms. And now she's just going to be feasting instantly level 2. Gets hit with the Scorpion Tail. Killing these kind of a mistake with the cavalry, honestly. That's free experience for Galadriel. And you really want that level 3. The Horn goes down, but Galadriel saves the day, so now it's a question of who's going to be the follow-up hero. Is that a recast of the dry spell? It is, so this farm is basically useless. It's been useless the entire game. That's brutal. Big wall of trees, double rack still. We've got level 3 actually. Taking for the late game units. That's brave. Also got Casimir, excellent duelist. I think he will beat the brakes out of Galadriel, but Galadriel is pretty good. Here comes the super archers who can do everything, but they are a bit expensive. 700. To put that in perspective, that's 2 archer units, or an archer plus a sword unit combined. But his ability to macro right now is severely limited by the constant harassment. And because these are Hyrandor swords, it's hard to make out if it's like mercenaries or not, which maybe means he doesn't know that there's a mercenary camp active on the side. And just having a free proxy racks is just super useful. But like Galadriel here is gonna be brutal. The splash damage is gonna vaporize a lot of these guys, so there's low quality chaff. Nice reactions with the vulture and the spears. Badger does get out the way though. Catching 2 of them. Very nicely played. And he's building that critical core of elites. The lone swordsman trying to get to level 2 just gets trampled instead. 1 cavalry unit goes down, but a big horde in the center now comes. Can he hold? It's looking unlikely unless there is a big ability. We got the Archivald and we got the Horn. That could do something. And we also have Galadriel. Galadriel is a raid beast. Sentinels, oh! Archivald does a lot of damage. Galadriel with the follow-up now. Just deletes that entire unit, but a big AoE heal coming down. Double Stinger. No usage of the Light of Valor Terror. Got the Oasis coming down as well. Can go no further dropped, but I don't know if it's enough. Oh, I just realized. I thought Lothoriel. Oh my god, I put them on the wrong factions. I'm such a goober, dude. I thought Badger was Lothoriel. Oh my goodness. Alright, well. Lamau. That's okay. I'm just an idiot, I guess. Professional caster, by the way. Alright, so now they just reverse positions. So we're on game 3, contested series so far. That was a very close set of games. I think a big mistake there with Galadriel was getting her early. I think another hero would have been really useful there. Having early Orphan and Rumil is just useful always. They're just cheap and disposable. Forgotten what that is called. Hold on. It's this one, right? No, it's not. Hold on. What map is it? This one. Alright, Dull Gold versus Woodland Rounds. Okay, we're doing shorthand. Because it's... Hatch goes Woodland and else Badger is DG. Alright. And there we go. So let's see where things go this time. Casting this long is actually exhausting. I forgot how brutal it actually is. So this is game 4. Contested series. I'm getting my money's worth at least, which is nice. So, what are we seeing? Farm, proxy. Classic. Maybe I'll make the text a little bit smaller actually, hold on. Just so it's not the entire... a little bit easier to read. Not in the way as much. There we go. So we got the initial Sylvan clearing up, no hunters. What's the follow-up for DG? Where is it? There is the proxy. So you don't really have to worry about early spiders a lot of the time with Ulan Realms against the DG faction. I say most top players tend to just do the swarming Unga Bunga proxies. I'm just trying to take down the hordes of rabble, basically. Got some swords, or daggers I guess in this case, running out to try and cut down some of the racks, which will be completely undefended until the spiders arrive, which they are actually getting built early. Okay. I assumed they would be heavy on the racks, but I guess not. Got a second Sylvan clearing on the way. I assume the plan here for Woodland is to just churn with this building archers and swords until they can get this and just take it up. But it actually might be a lot more brutal than I usually assume because the spiders have come out very early. I'm just gonna get a free rack, so 1-to-1 right now, almost level 2 immediately, but in this case it won't matter too much because the spiders will just run them down. Drabble here will try for another push but won't get much out of it, and the archers will just cut down the next wave. And we're now seeing the teching to spears, so it's a question of how long these swords can hold out. They're just going to be as obnoxious as they can to stall until the spears can come. Still alive. I mean, they're getting their job done. Like, one farm stalling out the spiders for this long is very good value. And now we're seeing spears on the way. So infantry heavy comp versus spiders and rabble. And this is kind of slow for GG. It's a very slow opening from what I can tell here. But the spiders will come in for the sweep in the north, and the pawn comes down to just cut down the rabble even quicker. And now the spears are out, so now it starts becoming more difficult for DG to make plays here. Oh, catching out a builder with the spiders. Spears moving in, very mobile and quick. Gonna save that immediately. Second spider unit on the field. I mean, so far so good. The Woodland is holding, DG is struggling. While on the back foot for DG is, it's going to be rough. It's a hard faction to crawl back from, but we saw Paul making it work, so it's not impossible. Shooting the spiders with the archer cav doesn't seem to be that effective, and it might stop it from destroying. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't have enough game knowledge to really know that calculation too well. Spiders trying to do some trampling are mostly cut down.
This is not our fight.
Yeah, it seems like the cavalry will stop them. I don't know. It's very close actually. No, they stop them just barely. So that's a massive pickup. Second Rex producing rebel now. First one is almost dead but still alive. They need to just commit more troops. But this is expensive for DG. It's not something you can just keep doing infinitely. You have to have some sort of follow-up. Or this just has to put your enemy in the dirt right away. Some more rabble on the north side, just churning out the cheap disposable chaff. 100 gold is nothing, especially for their trading power, which, I mean, silver clearance, I think the more you make of them, the cheaper stuff gets, but if you keep your opponent pop capped, I mean, then it doesn't matter. 2 cavalry shooting units getting a lot of value. Hard for the spiders to trample, which is the big benefit, I suppose. And now just expanding out, so yeah, gain bonus, reduces cost of civil infantry is just insanely useful. There's the other building, but many people don't really build it because it's just not worth the money. Infestation coming out, it's going to do a little bit of damage. Nice spear pop there, baiting him in. I like that play, very clever. Another spiders are going to go after the cab, but with spears nearby, it's not a big problem. Yeah. And the survivors in the southern fight are now coming over to support the northern expedition. Seeing still very big investment into tier 1, is to be expected this early. No Faraday, which is kind of surprising to me. I assumed they were like an auto pick, but I guess 150 gold for a single model unit that can die very easily to cap maybe isn't worth it. Got big expansions in the south, clearing the creep camp, giving a lot more space. Spider Riders do find a free archer there, but I'm just missing it because he's busy on this fight here. Means he's gonna go for a farm instead. Yeah, this second proxy now basically dealt with, and a bigger fortress rises into place in the center. We see the Spire of Sorcery coming out, which I think gives you something. It gives you Necromancy, that's the one. So Necromancy is pretty good. It spawns Undead. Oh, okay, so these guys, I guess they're like slightly stronger than normal structures. So there's gonna be a lot of spooky zombie dudes running about. But it's gonna be maybe dark castellans on the way, or just rushing for the harbingers of shadow, perhaps. But I want to say right now, the game is in the firm hands of the Woodland Realms. No heroes yet for either side. We got, I think these are 2 level 5 abilities versus 1 level 5. Which means essentially the Woodland Realms are ahead by 5 points. Killing 2 armories, or barracks rather, will do that. Well, saving up. We'll see what the transition is going to be with the pop cap now active. Will it be a hero, or will it be a tech up plus expansion for the Woodland Realms? DG most likely just going for the Necromancer to do the big blob. Getting a farm pickup here is very useful. Got the feast, which is it's like a wall. It just basically just regens units. I mean, with the situation, it's like we might as well. Nothing's happening. you can generate value permanently from units that just don't die. It's just useful. We got 2 attacks and then 1 in the center just scouting through. Sees the big giant fortress in the center. He knows he can't break that easily. So he decides to chip away at the sides instead. DG now on the defense. It's looking grim. But I mean, he did pick the faction. He could have played any other faction for game 4, but this was his final choice. Another building goes down. It's DG is running out of steam and fast. But money just got spent. Heroes on the way. We'll see who it is. Also, a lot of money just got spent. I don't know if that's replenishing losses or if it's a hero. Also getting the Royal Barracks, so now we're taking up the late game. Big replenish there. It's gonna bring back a lot of the survivors. The level 3 spear unit still hanging around. Got the veterans of Vasiligav sticking about, but I don't think they're very good in this matchup. They're not very good in general, the veterans, I don't think. They seem kind of mediocre. That's just me. Okay, we got the big fight.
I am Legolas of the Woodland.
Oh shit, it's Legolas. Legolas on the way. It's still no hero for DG, which makes me wonder where the money got spent. This didn't get upgraded, is it just production and rebuilding them? Or is Sauron just taking a while to build? Because he was sitting on 2,000, 3,000 gold. But it did get spent, so we'll see, I suppose. That cheeky little farm in the corner, where he is. Oh, there he is. Sauron versus Legolas. The battle that never was. Big chill win there. It's just gonna poison everything as a value city, but Legolas is a pain in the ass, to put it lightly. Big tramples, spears out of position. That's massive. That's a big fight. Legolas already almost level 2, but the big force has been cut down. But a returning force from the north does go south to just wipe out as much as they can, while Legolas books it. Oh, he mismarked Legolas. This could be massive. The horses in general just look bad against, or good against Cav in general. If he loses Legolas here, that's a massive loss. Legolas going down, that's crucial. This push in the south now has to make some really strong plays. Got Tauriel also out, a second archer hero. But losing Legolas like that is horrific. Now we got the big push in the middle. DG coming back into the game very cleanly. Some sort of bonus is being applied. I think that's Tauriel's aura. Just more attack range, but is it going to be enough to force them back? We got the big 10-point summon too, the Black Wolves and the Grey Alpha, which is lunge, which is very useful. Everything's getting popped. Will it be enough? Yeah, Thorns now. The elite archers are also here. A lot of the wolves got cut down. I mean, the archers are putting in work. They're pushing them back, but with Legolas dead, it's just no money. It's just rough. Got the Risen dead on the way. I think this is the elves that woke them. It has a big debuff. The Necromancer just still level 1, it's just gonna be retreating now. But here come the Orc Ravagers. And Kagas is out as well, who cleaned up this push south. GG now seems firmly in control of the game, but GG does lack steam and momentum. We've got the tier 2 sort of elite units now rolling out for the elves. And there he's just massing out the archers, I think. Yep, the Bow Warriors, I'm not even gonna try pronouncing this shit. Just got a Risen Dead unit hanging out on the south with the Harandra Warrior. Why not? Gonna prepare for a sneaky side push. Gonna try and bust down the front door while Sauron is healing up. No, he decides to fall back, waiting for more support perhaps. Overextends Toriel though, which is a pretty big error. Spears do come in the way though. And nice back and forth shooting there, lets them pick off a couple of models and level her up. And here comes the sneaky side push, doing excellent work. Gonna pick off one farm for sure. The Ravagers punch through, killing a lot of stuff. But the rest of the force is just vaporized by the elite archers. And the blob of stuff now just oof. It's gonna be rough for DG to crawl back into this again. But they've done it once, they can certainly do it again, and side pushes like this is especially what you need. Forcing his opponent to relocate a quarter of his force and then moving away. Trying to maybe set up a flank on the central while some units are out of position. Good baiting from Badger, quite like that play. Got a level 3 Spire of Sorcery which gives it some archers apparently, and the Harbingers of Shadow, which are elite specialist units. They kill a lot of stuff really quickly and they're just obnoxious to deal with. The secret farm has now been found. Almost level 2, but not quite. Probably gonna go down here. Although I don't know. It's gonna come down to the cab micro for sure. Toriel just chilling. Got siege grounds on the way. Legolas is back. Nice trample. Another 10 points reached. DG firmly behind in that aspect, but economically also behind. I thought they were ahead, but I guess not. The hordes of the dead now come shambling forth with Kargast and Sauron leading the way, but I don't know if this will be enough. Here comes the big counter push. We'll see if Legolas can put in some work now. With Toriel, that's going to mean a lot of models getting snapped. Fighting around the fountain too, also a very smart play. It's going to mean he's going to be regenning during the combat, which is immensely important. Here comes the Harbinger ability, I think. Or was that something else? No, I think that was the Harbingers using their ability. Yeah, Deep Rot. The Wolf Summon. Legolas is just putting in work with Toriel, just picking off models left, right, and center. Overall, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Woodland Realms. This is going to be very difficult for DG to deal with once the Critical Mass has been reached. We've got double siege grounds, which means I think we're going to see a lot of battering rams and ballistas getting made, perhaps. Maybe he's just using this to try and block his enemies and force them to split up. Sauron now exposed. It's just screwed. Without level 4, or even 5, you have no escape. And without having the ability to really get the fights, because he's been getting outmaneuvered, he hasn't really leveled up. And there he goes. That's a big loss. We got the Entwise being made, with Blighted Trappers perhaps following suit. Yeah, it's rough. The counter attack now, I don't know if it's stoppable without. We have the Harbingers, but one unit, they're strong, but they're not killing Legolas strong, I don't think. But kind of clever play, although I don't know if it was intentional. Getting these two buildings to level 3 does give him 6 bows, which I mean, 6 is quite a bit. It's like a quarter of like an archer unit. Like, it's a lot. Does mean that's going to be constantly damaging them unless he really tries for it. Got another 10-point summon, immediately tramples on a lot of units, but there's some spears in the way there, but the units that were not covered immediately go down. Legolas uses his ability, wipes out a ton of them. And I heard voices, so I don't know if that's a hero. But we got one of the trees down, Woodland Feast, which is excellent. Toriel gets sniped by, ooh, almost sniped by Kargast. That is the ballista. And where's Legolas? There he is. Legolas is just doing his thing. Kargast almost with the snipe, an excellent duelist, but not quite got the sauce there. He needs a little bit more leveling. And with the level 3 and the Greater Blight, oh wait, no, the Blight just comes out automatically. So just having the Wraith summons is just nice. I mean, it's just in the middle of the fights, on top of them, it's just good. And I think it's anytime they're in the area. Yeah. So it's going to be very difficult to push, but I mean, he's getting double ballistas, he's getting his storehouse to start upgrading that, and he's, you know, punching through slowly but surely, but it's a lot more difficult than I thought it would be for him. That was the 15 pointer, and that was a complete waste. Here comes another 15 pointer popping off, it's going to vaporize a lot of resources. Light the trappers on the way. I mean, this is still contested. This could go either way, but it's getting rough for both sides. It's becoming a war of attrition, and I think it favors the side with 2 archer heroes, because I mean, Legolas is just a raid boss, but they're still keeping up the micro. You can also tell they're getting a bit tired, both players. I mean, they've been playing 4 games in a row, and most of them have been extended matches. Game 1, 40 minutes, not 30 minutes. Game 2 was like 15, 20. Third game was also pretty long. And now they're doing a slow, grindy game. But DG's gonna have to make a play. They are knocking on the door now. They got the buffs, they got the abilities. Badger's gonna have to pull something in his bag of tricks to really punch through. Second Harbinger. I think the other ones are dead, so it's just one. But we got Camel, the Easterling, but it's just one hero. It seems like Kargast also got picked off during the fighting, and now the ballistas and the archers are just preparing for war essentially. It seems like he's racking his mind here what he's going to do to try and counterattack. Without much of in terms of abilities or like any nukes or whatnot or heroes, it's rough. Second Harb, Ravager, he's going to have to go for an all-in push, it looks like. This farm's being still alive is kind of useful. He could churn out 3, 4 rabble as a desperation measure to bolster his numbers, but then his income is done for. Okay, he got all 3 harbs out, so that's something for him. He could try and sneak them, try and snipe the buildings here, but that would be difficult. Yeah, more free units is coming out, but it's all or nothing for DG right now. Fourth building going down, now they're just knocking on the base. Here comes the counter attack. Badger pushes the button, he's going in. First ballista goes down. Charging into spears, Camel goes down immediately. The tree comes out. This is looking rough. Without any auras too, most of the units are going to be degenerating as the... I don't know what these guys are, elite cavalry I guess. DG's army is cut to pieces. And I think that's just gonna be game. We are 2-2, hotly contested match. Ace game after this. Sylvan Nobles, I don't know what their gimmick is. Hold on, let's see. Radiant Riders. Elite company. Okay, they're just super elites. It seems like Badgers is thinking of what a strategy. Ace game, they can play whatever faction they want. So there is that. So he's just considering his options, I think. And my voice is getting... it's drying out. Holy shit. Okay, we got the 10 points coming out in desperation, but I just don't think... At this point, I don't think there's much he can do. There would have to be a critical mistake from the Woodland Realms player. Hashika right now. And there's the GG. Ace game. Fun stuff. Good series, hotly contested. And the final map will be North Undeep. River Ison, as some would call it. Or Forts of Ison. The more iterated version of the map. Yeah, I've only played like 2-3 months of AOTR. I got introduced to it through Turn. But I used to play a mod called A Day Unchained with my buddy. Him and I used to do a bunch of 1v1s. Like start of the year-ish. I was a Mordor player in that. Holy fuck, that was cancer though. Some matchups is fucking playable. Like Dwarves versus Mordor. Holy, just infuriating. Alright, the factions have been chosen. Interesting stuff. We got Harad versus Gondor. Both very strong factions. Gondor considered amongst the strongest, I think. Their combination of cheap and effective Lebanon clansmen with very versatile tier second building. You can go. You have a couple of openings. cav openers, you have archer openers, barracks openers, all very good. I don't know if mortar is good against dwarves in Edain Unchained, but in AOTR I think they're good. But it's also very difficult to pilot dwarves, I think. It's like lower elo, low skill, like dwarves are very easy, but as people get better at the game, it's just easier to punish them. Although I think the worst matchup you can have for Arab War is like... I think the worst matchup has to be... Isengard would be my gut instinct, maybe. I might take a look at the data later. But this is a very close game. Or series, rather. They've been neck and neck. So it's going to be good to see the end of this. And then next week, Saturday, I will ask the remaining surviving players what their ideal times are. For now, I guess we're just chilling and waiting. I can go back to sitting instead of standing. Just waiting on Mr. Badger. I think they're both tired. It's very late. It's been a long day for both players. Alright, Harad versus Gondor. Yeah, it must be exhausting. I mean, I know the feeling. I mean, it's late for me, and I've been casting, and I'm fucking tired. I mean, I used to compete in tournaments, right? Where like the average game time is like 30 minutes. So you would do like best of threes, and it'd take like 1.5 hours. And then you do another best of threes, another 1.5, and then you go into best of 5, and it's like fucking 3 hours. And suddenly it's like 3 a.m. and you're like staring at the screen like, oh my god, my soul. I'm feeling like a part of me fucking die. Like I can't think properly. But also, in that same vein, when you get that late, you get into flow states really easily. And once you hit flow state, you kind of forget you're tired until after you're done playing. But then it's like washed over you, you're fucking exhausted. Barracks coming up. We got 3 farm, 2 farm, rats, and late farm. Interesting diversion here from the usual 4 farm opener. We're playing greedy with Harad. Now I can see a couple of reasons why. Either he's going early tribal warriors and wants to just have a little bit more economy so you can mass hodger, or he's gonna go for the Giga Chads, the Mahoods, which are crazy strong, and that's what we're getting. Getting good old Mahood. Now, this is a bit risky. Without any recon, it is 50-50. Not 50-50, but it's like a chance where it's like, okay, I opened Mahood, he opened Cab, now he just runs me down. But there are ways to mitigate this, of course. You follow up with tribals, and the tribal spear will govern your Mahood, or cover, I guess. Both words technically apply. I like this position here. Much easier to defend than having one in the open. Very good, calm, collected play from both sides. These Lamadons will be nasty unless they run into the wargs, which I have done before, but he keeps aware of it. So Lamadon won't get there too quickly, but there is an advantage to this right now. He's on the front lines immediately. He's got 2 units out. He gets to dictate the pace of the game a little bit. He will lose the fights. Mahoods beat the bricks of Lamadon, but he does get to dictate the engagements and the pacing of the game, which is what doing right now. While he's getting chased, he's trying to bait him into the wargs and that, and he's just forcing the Mahood away. And Mahood's a more expensive unit. It's 350 versus 250. Oh, that could have been really bad, but ends up not being too costly. And the wargs just trampling the Lamadon and the Mahood there. More Mahood, the Lamadon go down. But overall, a good fight for the Lamadons. Just stalling out. They're gonna die eventually, but they'll do it on their terms, so to speak. A good engagement for the Mahoods here, gonna do a lot. The early spears, seeing that there's no cavalry yet, are gonna opt to creep. Not bad at all. Second spear on the way. Mahood will win this fight, and it's gonna almost give him level 2. Not quite. They could maybe take a prolonged engagement here, but it could be dangerous. Lynn here creeping in the south as well, and creeping in the north. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of creeping. There's a camp down south that's not been claimed, one in the north, and then the final war camp. If the... Oh, he even gets... Oh, this is massive. Clearing this, getting level 2 as well, is huge. That means he's about to get 3 camps. That's about 800, 900 gold, 1,000. Very useful. Got the horn pop, I think. Yeah, horn pop. And we got the siphon ability, basically. I forget the names of all of this because I don't play enough. Dry spell. I'm too rusty. It's been so long since I played. But the horn here is going to be massive. I think the Laminals still lose, but it's a lot more cost effective of a loss. Actually, no, they win, which is very cost effective. Salvaging the southern creep camp as well is important. 2 creep camps to 1 puts a slight edge in Harad's favor. But this one fight here is actually super cost effective. Killing 2 units, losing none, and then gonna just mulch a little bit on these Mahood, and he buys time for the cavalry. Clean transition. Cavalry gonna go east, sees that there's spears there, he can't really get around that. More pressure on the map. 2 Lamadon, 1 spear, 1 Mahood, and an archer. Going to just defend. He's probably gonna lose this caravan, but if he can make a trade, then it's not too bad. But we have the cavalry just in position, ready to trample. This is gonna be rough for good old Badger, who is overextended right now. I don't think there's any saving these units, but he can slow down the damage he takes. These Mahoods will go down bravely as the spears run. The Mahoods end up dying, but they stall them out, which is important. The northern camp has been claimed, which means there's 3 creep camps to Harad, which is immensely important. We also see the dry spell tree means he's most likely going to go for the Come Forth Men of Darkness, which is a 10-point summon. Whereas Gondor, they went for Horn, leaving them open to... No, they just always go... I think it's the Trebuchet line, if memory serves. Which means we're going to see a Trebuchet follow-up in the mid-game as a big pressure piece. Good harassment from a single spear unit hiding in the trees there, regenerating models and then pushing up. Mahoods and spears still pushing. Cavalry coming in the rear. Can he reposition in time? No, but these archers will get cut down. Luckily for him, the warlord is still alive. Which means these models will come back eventually. And another big push on the side. Getting good value with these pushes over and over. And we got the vulture. So, important to note here, Harad has not seen the farm archery range yet, right? No archery range has been spotted so far. But he will have spotted it now. Actually, no, he actually doesn't. I don't think he spotted it yet. But he doesn't know it exists, which means this vulture was a response to the lack of archers. But now that they're out, there's going to be an answer. But so far, the vulture will do a lot. Here comes the Come Forth Men of Darkness, cutting down a cavalry piece. They get a farm as well with the other reinforcing units, and now they're just going to go take a fight, which they know they can because there's no countering this essentially. Which is very good for Harad, very good plays. Just free kills, they last a long time, it's just worth taking the fights. The vulture gets level 2 and also picks off another 2 units. Also got Varric's Bow, which I don't know what his thing is, but he's killing people, he's fucking dudes up. There's not 1 shot on model per hit though, which is important to know. Gets 2 farms. Killing this one is a bit of a, not a mistake, but it's a little bit, feels bad, because I was getting hit by the dry spell. Here comes the trebuchet, and I gotta say, not a good one. It's gonna get 1 farm. Actually, if he can hit this building, then it's fine. If he can't, no good. 1 farm for a 10-point ability is not amazing. I mean, you could say the same thing for the Harad. The 10-pointer there, not the most amazing thing in the world. But this is a high impact ability. Okay, if he can get this farm though, or this barracks though, this is big value, and I think he might be able to. We'll see. Actually, no, because he swapped target. Oh, I don't have the game experience to tell you for sure, but I think he could have gotten it, maybe. Got a big push north. A lot of macroing. These guys are playing like they're fresh almost, despite the fact that it's the 5th game, which is impressive on both sides. And I just realized I forgot to score again. Oh my god. Not to score the factions, like a noob. Of course, it's been a long day, and I have ADHD brain, unfortunately. Anyway, moving back to the game. Double archers, cavalry, and spears in the north. Scorpions pressing down heavily in the middle, getting reinforced from the well, which also it's essentially a well plus a statue in both, which is very good. It's healing everything, it's buffing everything, very good defensive position. Not a lot of players do this, which is something to keep in mind. More Scorpions on the way and a big wave of Harad units. We got a hero on the field as well. I see it on the map, but I don't know who it is. It's Baragon. Baragon is one of my personal favorite heroes in the game. I love getting him. Vultureman is putting in work, but he's gonna get... Oh, nah. Good reaction time. Saves the Vulture there. He's gonna stop the archers. Keeping clean, strong micro this late in the day after so many series, and a hotly contested one at that, is the sign of really strong players. They have experience, you know, they have routine. Archery Ring goes down, takes down the Scorpion, means no more archers, but he does have Baragon. Baragon will counter the Vulture. Nice Vulture micro there, catching both the archers, but they're going to turn around to shoot now, and they're just going to cut them down, I think? They should. Yeah, there goes one. And the enemies push back. Baragon, the reinforcements, Baragon, and they push the enemy back, but at great cost. We have Oasis come out. Oasis is very good. It's essentially a beefed up version of a fountain, with a healing ability with no drawback. Very strong piece. And the forces of Gondor will now start marching out. But in the meantime, Badger on Harad is trying to muster some reinforcing units. Getting a War Mumak, getting some tribals. Mumak's kind of interesting here. No heroes, though, is something to keep in mind. But the Gondor army isn't as well built out. Losing the archery range there is going to mean he doesn't have any archers to replenish his forces. So any archer loss here is twice as painful until that's up. Level 12. So Harad is ahead on points. And this War Mumak is going to have to put in some work. 300 pop to 400, but 800 more, or 200 more in economy puts Harad ahead. And a Scorpion rolling out. Scorpion's always good. They fight everything. But the big force multiplier here is going to be Baragon. Just the ability to use the white bow will let him snipe clumps of units and monsters very effectively. Kind of interesting, because the Mumak gives ranged resistance to nearby units. I don't know if that's shown, but apparently they do. So the War Mumak is putting the panic in the Gondor forces, and they don't know what to do right now. So it's a question of how he will close, if he can hold out, or if he's going to be able to close out the game. The War Mumak is eating a lot of damage, trying to split up his forces, kiting back, shooting. Cavalry harrying the sides is very good. Cavalry runs through. Vulture is being a menace again. Well, we are slowly transitioning into the late game here. We got CRO coming out, a very strong hero. Once he reaches level 3, it means essentially the core of the army that Badger is fielding gets leveled. And we now have Faramir Are we seeing a push towards Ithilien Rangers? Not yet. But come forth, Men of Darkness arrives right on top of the cavalry with a big push following behind. The War Mumak seems to have been still alive. The Oasis could be dropped to heal it, perhaps in the near future. But come forth, Men of Darkness is putting in a lot of work, killing a lot of units. But they're both being taxed heavily right now. Something, I don't know how he's healing it. I don't know how this... I don't know how War Mumaks work, but apparently they can heal. Somehow. Huh. Maybe that's like some ability? Spears halting a killing attempt on Mr. CR Rule there. Faramir and Baragond with a core of spears moving out slowly but surely. The War Mumak has been restored to full. Neither CP abilities having been used here is a bit of a misplay. We got Western Winds, which is going to be a massive game ender if used correctly. Again, pushing with Scorpion plus Spear is very good. Scorpion is just a terror. And CR Rule is pimp caning people down. Just being obnoxious. Oh, if he catches those archers, that's big. The archers are all cut to pieces there. He's gonna lose the War Mumak, but he drops. Oh, just a bit too late. But CR Rule getting value, getting level 3, but he might go down here if he's not saved. 2 warlords, 3 warlords going down there, macro slips. So a lot of things going on all at once. I can't blame either player. They're tired. CR goes down though. But the Gondorian attack is forced away. He holds out. Scorpion also putting in work. Good harassment from the spears in the north. The double heroes now just slowly encroaching on everything. Got Ithilien Rangers now, so the late game scaling is slowly coming up. We've got a lot of Mumaks and something is healing them. I don't know what this is. Something's doing it. But losing a hero like that has been rough. The Vultures is being annoying on the flanks of very strong plays. The double Mumaks though, that's going to be brutal to deal with. Harad is capped out on oh wait. Yeah, Harad is capped out. I just can't. They're red. And Gondor is behind. Western Wind still being reserved, so is the Trebuchet and the Horn. One Oasis has been used and it's on cooldown currently. 4th Men of Darkness will be coming off soon. I remember who gathering they will heal. Oh, I never knew that. Good to know. Here comes the trample. That's a lot of spears, but they're low quality spears. Something to keep in mind. But I mean, that's not a it's like 4 or 5 units for... Oh, I don't know. That did not seem worth it to me. That's about 3,200 gold gone. And I think Badger is exhausted. And, you know, most players would be after such a long series. He's slipping. He's tired. But he put up a good fight, but this is looking slowly, unless he pulls off a nothing short of a miracle. It's looking like end of the road. The spears are just getting massed, the cavalry's churning, Western Winds now gets popped, but can he hold? It's gonna be, it's his army's thin, his income advantage has been destroyed. Okay, we got cavalry transitions now, but everything that his opponent is feeling is essentially just spears. And with the Aphelion Rangers, 3 of them, it's going to be rough. He's going to need a really good trample. He needs to cut down these guys and then try and find an opening. Got a forward tower just to give more pressure. But they're knocking on the door now. He's going to need a big hero. Someone to save the day. We got 4th Man of Darkness at almost level 25. There is that going for him. 4th Man of Darkness is going to have to pull off a miracle play right here. Here comes the Trebuchet. It's going to have to be an all or nothing play. Comes 4th Man of Darkness. Here comes the cavalry. The Aphelion Rangers are exposed. They're not quick enough though. Oh. But the Mahoods are pushing forwards. It's looking like end of the line. I don't believe there is a way out of this one. The Mahoods come out and immediately smack to the boulder. Upgrades are now coming out, the Bodkin arrows. I don't think there's any other upgrades though, there's no armory, just the archer one. Still a pretty good one. And Badger, unfortunately for him, has lost to I forget his name. Hachiko, because it's a weird one. And Hachiko will be going on to the quarterfinals, it looks like. Unless Badger feels like he has some sort of... I mean, it's a quarter away from his like final ability, but I don't think the final ability does anything here. Also the man way. Wait, am I... Okay, now he just passed the early GG. It's so confusing because red, and then the entire faction is red. I'm like, wait, did I get them wrong again? No. Badger is Harad. I psyched myself out. Fighting to the end. I respect that. I've done the same sometimes. It's tough to swallow the losses, especially when you fought really hard for them. But this one, there's no way out of it. Well played to Hachiko. Well played to Badger. They both did their best in a very good series. And just, yeah, all around fun tournament for me. I've had a blast. We're gonna be looking at the final brackets for next weekend. So Hachiko advances, and he's going to be playing this pool. If he's going to have the chops to play against pool, well, it's going to be difficult. Puero is going to be a contested series as well. And this is all best of 5, best of 7. So this will be a long, brutal series. If the matches are contested, it'll be rough for both sides. If it's anything like this, they'll both be exhausted. But I will call it here, because I am exhausted, very tired. I appreciate anyone who was watching, you know, commentating. Yeah, next week, most likely the same time as today, so 1500 CST, but I will ask the players for their best times. But I appreciate anyone who's watching, anyone who participated. Shout out to Syrian for helping me a lot and helping my lazy ass to get stuff properly done. I made a couple mistakes, but I appreciate all the players being super nice and, you know, trying to listen to my my stuff and, you know, being helpful and you know, not causing problems too much. But yeah, I think that'll be it. Have a good one, boys. I'm gonna raid Awe with the check-ins. Yeah, have a nice night, day, morning.